Chapter 456. Hiss! Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that this was an ominous sign. Looking closely, he could see that the blood mist was filled with an intense amount of resentment. He could even hear the wails of the spirits within. He sucked in a deep breath. True sovereign, true sovereign. Before he could think further, Pei Ziyun turned around and saw a Taoist official calling out to him. What's the matter? Something's not right, look. The Taoist official pointed to the forest in the distance. The blood mist started to spread and was carried along by the wind, enveloping the entire forest. When it neared, many birds were startled and wanted to fly away, chirping loudly. However, the speed of the blood mist was too fast. Within seconds, many of the birds had bloodshot eyes and fell to the ground. There were also some wild beasts that were engulfed by the blood mist. They roared loudly as their bodies grew larger. Some of them could not withstand the pressure and exploded into a mist of blood. Some of the beasts transformed back into human forms and stood up. It was as if they had heard a summons as they stumbled towards a direction. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it a cold aura. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun sucked in a breath of cold air. Not good, not good. A demon has appeared. It's going to eat people. The Taoist official was still able to hold on. However, the soldiers of the army were not well educated. Seeing this, they turned around and fled. Pei Ziyun's face sank as he shouted, "Where's the commander? Maintain order. Whoever dares to flee shall be killed without mercy." As soon as the order was given, a squad leader stood up and shouted, "Asshole, why aren't you returning to your position? Whoever dares to panic will be dealt with according to military law." With a true sovereign here, what's there to be afraid of? These were all elite soldiers. Initially, the strange phenomenon had caused a commotion. With this shout, most of them had calmed down. Occasionally, some of them would try to escape. However, as soon as they saw the flash of a blade, they screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Before long, the entire army had calmed down. Is it that easy to transform into a demon? I don't believe it. Pei Ziyun's understanding of Tao arts had led him to believe that it was impossible to transform into a demon in such a short amount of time. Just as he was thinking about this, he noticed that the sky had darkened. A thick layer of blood mist floated in the air, emitting a faint red glow. Spell? Demon arts? Or is this place no longer the living world? At this point, Pei Ziyun's expression turned serious as a sense of uneasiness welled up within him. His expression changed as he stood up and said coldly, "Prepare to enter the barracks and prepare for battle. Taoist officers and platoon leaders, follow me into the tent to discuss countermeasures." Yes. As he entered the tent, he saw a map hanging on the wall. Pei Ziyun looked at it and said, "Department of Records, hurry and determine our position. See if there's any deviation. The simplest way is through communication. Can you contact the Imperial Court?" Pei Ziyun pursed his lips as he watched. The Tao officer's face was as white as a sheet. The fruit amulet crackled as it lit up, but he was unable to connect with it. The strange phenomenon is the work of the traitors. If I'm not wrong, it's caused by a blood sacrifice. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I'm confident that I can break it. Everything will be decided by the true monarch. Good. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and drew a circle on the map. Send out scouts to check out the surroundings. If there are any changes, report to me immediately. Where are the Taoist officials? If you can't contact the Imperial Court, quickly contact other camp. Can you contact them? See what's happening at the front line? Whoever dares to disturb our morale, kill them without mercy. In that instant, everything was sorted out. The Taoist officials and the team leaders listened to his orders and felt much more at ease. They obeyed his orders and sent their troops out. Pei Ziyun's brows were still furrowed as he sat there with his eyes closed, thinking of all possibilities. The Demon Emperor's memories flashed through his mind as he started to make guesses. Is this a large-scale blood sacrifice? I still need to test it out. Pei Ziyan squinted his eyes and pointed. Blinding light technique. Boom. A beam of light flashed past and lit up the entire tent. However, Pei Ziyun did not look happy. That's not right. Although the Dao technique was successful, my powers have been weakened. Pei Ziyun's face turned gloomy as he thought about it. The power of the immortal Dao dragon veins has been cut off. The spiritual energy from paradise has been cut off as well. It seems like I have to conserve my powers and end this quickly. System. Following the call, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as data appeared. My name is still growing, but the changes are minute. Looks like the blind Taoist used some spells and caused some changes. Even my earth immortal powers are being suppressed. I should only be left with half of them. Something's not right. Pei Ziyun was suspicious. Although his powers were being suppressed, his strength had increased. He frowned and walked out of the tent. He found a huge rock and punched it. Boom. The huge rock exploded and the flying rocks hit his body, but he felt nothing. This feeling, there's more yin qi. Could it be that this place is between the world of the living and the netherworld? Thunder, come. Pei Ziyun pointed his finger, and a flash of lightning appeared. He tossed the match into the oil, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Indeed, it's the power of the netherworld. The demon realm? No, it's connected to the demon realm. This realm has long been conquered. I understand now. Someone must have used some sort of technique to form a rift between yin and yang. This could very well be the mirage realm. Pei Ziyun's eyes lit up as he pondered. At this point, a Taoist official rushed over and reported, "True Sovereign, the various camps have been contacted. Head Officer Li has reported that he has caught the traitor. However, he didn't expect the traitor to use demonic techniques, and caused a huge blood mist to appear. The beasts that were gathered by the traitor all turned into demons, and a bunch of demons appeared. Head Officer Li has requested for us to retreat to the camp, and prepare to regroup before making any further plans." The Taoist official was panting as he reported. Not obeying orders and wanting to retreat was akin to disobeying orders. Pei Ziyun wasn't angry, but was instead elated. He then ordered, "That's good. Immediately give the order for all the troops to gather at the camp. Bring oil and other supplies. We shall defend the camp." Yes. The Taoist official turned around and gave the order. Frontline stronghold corpses littered the ground. Most of them were demonic beasts, but there were also corpses of humans. Li Jingyuan stood within the tent that had a hole in it, and didn't say a word as he listened to the Taoist official's report. The blood mist was strange and appeared out of nowhere. I suspect it was caused by the traitor. When we were fighting the enemy, it felt like our Dao techniques were weakened. Also, how could wild beasts turn into humans? Although they had fur, I wasn't mistaken. They were indeed in human form. It's similar to the demons of the legends. Captain Lien's face was gloomy. I've been in the army for 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this. This is similar to the demons that I've read about in the book. Perhaps King Lu is truly a demon, or else how could he suddenly have such an invincible army? Head Officer, did the true sovereign say anything? Everyone turned to look at him. Some of the Taoist officials had suspicions in their eyes. Were they trying to get someone else to do the dirty work? Li Jingyuan was feeling uneasy, but he knew that he couldn't let go of his suspicions. He then slapped the table. There's no need to say anything. If the true sovereign knew about this, he wouldn't just lead us here to fight. Now that the true sovereign is at the front lines, and is less than 10 miles away from us, if something were to happen, none of us would be able to escape. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere within the tent became extremely tense, and everyone fell silent. Your Excellency, the true sovereign has contacted us, and ordered us to retreat to the main camp. We are allowed to bring kerosene and rations with us. At this point, a Taoist official entered the tent and shouted out, "Good." Li Jingyuan smiled as he spoke, as though a stone had been lifted from his heart. However, his expression was still solemn. "We shall move towards the main camp immediately. All problems shall be solved when we meet the true sovereign." As he spoke, he looked at the captain. "Captain Chen, bring some men forward, and clear out the demonic beasts along the way. I shall bring kerosene and follow you." "Yes." Main Camp Pei Ziyun stood at a high vantage point and watched from afar. He could see that the various camps were gathering rapidly. Originally, they were searching through the forest, and weren't too far away. The distance between them was about 10 miles, and it took them less than an hour to arrive. One by one, the troops gathered, and clashed with the demonic beasts along the way. However, the clashes weren't too serious. These demonic beasts seemed to have gotten over their initial confusion, and were beginning to gain some intelligence. They knew that the main army hadn't arrived yet, and thus didn't engage in battle. Instead, they just stood there and watched. Xiao, a godly archer, drew his bow and shot an arrow. A demonic beast fell to the ground. A Taoist official pointed out, "True sovereign, look. Even the furthest overseer Li has returned." "I saw it too. The one in the middle is him." Pei Ziyun revealed a faint smile before it disappeared. "Tell him to report to me the moment he enters the camp. Also, tell everyone to start building fortifications." Just as he gave the order, Li Jingyuan had already entered the camp. He then took a deep breath and walked towards Pei Ziyun. This lowly official pays his respects to the true sovereign. "Get up. What's the point of being so formal now? You're the front lines, and must have fought with these demonic beasts before. If you have any thoughts, speak them out." "Yes, true sovereign. The demonic beasts we've encountered so far aren't that strong. The armored soldiers can still kill them. However, I can feel that this place is isolated from the outside world. Besides, I've never seen such a strong force before. Our spells, other than using talismans to communicate, are all suppressed. I suspect that this is the rebels' Tao arts. Or perhaps it has something to do with King Lu's defeat." Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "Indeed, it has something to do with it. These people are demonic beasts. Only demonic beasts would have such power." "Are there really demonic beasts?" Li Jingyuan's heart skipped a beat. After some time, he sighed. "Even if they're demonic beasts, we have no choice but to fight on. It's just that we're running low on rations and water. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "You don't have to worry about that. How long do you think we'll be able to hold out for? Don't scare us." The larger the area of effect of a spell, the more energy it consumes. This is the basic principle of Tao art. Demonic arts can't be separated from this. Don't worry, we don't have to worry about rations and water. As for the demonic beasts, we can use our spells to suppress them. But haven't you realized that our physical bodies and strength have increased?" As Pei Ziyun spoke, Li Jingyuan was still deep in thought. At this point, a scout shouted out, "True sovereign, the demonic beasts have arrived." "Awo!" The demonic beasts gathered together. Most of them were werewolves. There were also wolves, tigers, leopards, and sheep. All of them had long fur on their bodies as they approached. "There are some here too. Looks like the demonic beasts are going to attack us." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. Before he could finish his sentence, the demonic beasts had already charged forward. They were filled with the most primitive of beasts. They bared their teeth and roared as they charged forward. Just looking at them caused one's scalp to go numb. Pei Ziyun frowned as he turned around and asked, "Look, don't they seem to be less intelligent than before?" Li Jingyuan observed the movements of the demonic beasts and paused for some time before replying, "Yes, they're not as coordinated as before. I thought that the demonic beasts would be more cooperative when they formed an army. I didn't expect them to rely on their instincts to charge forward. This is the normal demonic transformation. Some of them are retracting their divine senses. This is a waste of energy. Pei Ziyun laughed out coldly. Oil isn't very effective against humans. But against these demonic beasts, it's perfect. Command everyone to set fire to these demonic beasts. Just as he was about to give the command, Li Jingyuan spoke out, "True sovereign, something's not right. Earlier on, we used oil as well. But before the fire could reach them, a mist of blood appeared and extinguished the fire." There's such a thing? Pei Ziyun's heart sank as well. He thought for a moment before giving the command, "Continue to fire. If we can't set fire to them, we'll fight them with our lives." Chapter 457. Yes. Li Jingyuan's body trembled. Following the order, the soldiers placed the flaming oil into the catapults and lit them up. They then threw the catapults at the beast. The catapults rained oil down on the demonic beasts, causing them to explode. These demonic beasts had fur on them and were easily burnt. The entire area was filled with screams of agony. At this point, the blood mist in the air started to spread towards the demonic beast. The flames dimmed and seemed to be healing their wounds. In this area, the demonic beasts seemed to have cast spells on them. It's going to be harder for us to kill them. Li Jingyuan frowned. As long as the oil doesn't go out, it's fine. Let's see if we can burn them faster or repair them faster. Continue to throw the oil. If one doesn't work, we'll throw another. This doesn't change the rules yet. We're just relying on the blood mist. Yes. The catapults continued to throw oil at the demonic beasts. Li Jingyuan, I order you to arrange for the camp to be guarded. These demonic beasts should be used to deplete our strength. I shall scout out the camp and see how strong the demonic beasts are. Only then will I be able to make a decision. Pei Ziyun looked at the huge array in the distance and spoke. Li Jingyuan paused. He knew that there must be a reason for this. He then sighed, "True sovereign, you're the commander of the army. Now that the situation isn't looking good, let me go." Pei Ziyun laughed, "You go? With your current strength, you'll die if you go. How many can you kill?" He then paused before saying, "Your work in the camp is very important. Although I'm an earth immortal, I'll retreat to the camp to rest. As long as you defend the camp, we'll be invincible. If I don't go out, once the camp is destroyed, I'll be alone and helpless." Pei Ziyun took a few steps forward and smiled, "Don't be so unreasonable." Li Jingyuan thought for some time before bowing. He then smiled, "True sovereign, you're really honest. I shall do as you say." Pei Ziyun nodded his head, "Get me a horse and armor." Amongst the 3,000 men, it wasn't difficult to pull out a horse. Pei Ziyun had never underestimated the strength of his armor and weapons. He donned the armor and turned around, urging the horse to gallop down the hill. At this point, a gust of wind blew past, bringing with it the smell of burnt flesh and blood. Li Jingyuan shivered as he looked on. He then said coldly, "Record down the entire process of the true sovereign charging through the formation. Compile it into a book and report it to the imperial court." "Yes." Someone immediately answered. Jin Province, state capital. The sky was overcast, and the smell of blood was carried by the wind. Eagles circled above the city, and some of the bolder ones pecked at the corpses on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, a light drizzle had begun. Blood flowed on the ground, forming a river. Some of the limbs had been chopped into pieces, while others had sinister expressions as they fell to the ground. The imperial bodyguards were still searching for them. Seeing that they were still breathing, they immediately stabbed them with their blades. In the distance, the sinister laughter and blood-curdling screams became louder and louder. In front of the king's palace, the sound of footsteps could be heard. 2,000 imperial bodyguards had gathered, all of them were stained with blood. When they saw King Lu, they shouted, "Long live the king, long live the king!" Two bright lights flashed in King Lu's eyes, and the world around him seemed to have changed. The entire city was filled with yin qi and corpse qi. This was the resentment of the people who had been slaughtered. It formed into dark clouds, and the entire city seemed to be filled with ghosts. However, the baleful aura enveloped him, as weapons and armor appeared around him. All the inchi that came close to him were destroyed and suppressed. 10,000 people pointed their fingers at me, and I died without a cause? It's all a lie. King Lu laughed coldly as tears flowed down his cheeks. He wiped them away. I am such a hypocrite. I can feel it, there's a summoning. King Lu could feel the summoning, so that's how it is. Pei Ziyun has already fallen into the demonic realm that I created. And now you want me to lead my army to him? I shall grant your request. King Lu pointed out, and at that moment, everything before him turned black, and a tall platform appeared before his eyes. The 2,000 imperial bodyguards realized that their surroundings had changed. They were surrounded by a mist of blood, and could only see the reincarnation platform clearly. They looked at the reincarnation platform and King Lu, and were in a state of confusion. What is this place? Could this be the wrath of the heavens? Is it because we've killed some commoners? Silence, welcome to the demonic realm. The blind Taoist spoke, as his voice traveled into the ears of every single imperial bodyguard. It was as though he had some sort of magical power, as his voice drilled into the minds of the imperial bodyguards. These imperial bodyguards felt their hearts calm down. The blind Taoist stood on the reincarnation platform, surrounded by starlight. At this point, he seemed to be under immense pressure. He turned around and bowed to King Lu. Welcome, Your Majesty. I'm here, but I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. King Lu stared at the blind Taoist as his tone changed. I've completed the blood sacrifice. The rest of the authority should be given to me. The both of them looked at each other, and could feel the authority of the demon emperor. The blind Taoist nodded. You've completed the blood sacrifice, and caused the demonic realm to descend. However, you've only completed half of it. Kill Pei Ziyun, and I'll give you the other half of the authority. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a loud boom was heard as an image appeared. Amidst the mist of blood, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. A man appeared in front of him, as dozens of demonic beasts pounced on him. The sound of a horse neighing could be heard, as the sound of a halberd filled the entire field of vision. A cold light flashed, as dozens of demonic beasts were sliced into pieces. At this point, the man seemed to have sensed something, as he glared at King Lu. His killing intent caused even King Lu to shiver. The entire image stopped, as King Lu took in a deep breath. That's Pei Ziyun? Such martial arts, he's not human at all. An earth immortal is this strong? You want me to fight with this man? Your Majesty, Pei Ziyun isn't that strong. However, we're now separated by two realms. Although it's not bad that our demonic beasts have received a boost, it's also easier for us to use our powers. Pei Ziyun has risen in rank because of this. As for fighting, it's not easy to become an emperor. The blind Taoist laughed coldly. Why else would I give up my position to you? Kill Pei Ziyun, and I'll give you the authority of the demon emperor. Now I'll give you a boost. As he spoke, a beam of light shot out from the blind Taoist's eyes, causing the statues around the reincarnation platform to come to life. They then transformed into beams of light that shot towards King Lu's army. These guards were initially stupefied. At this point, they felt a sense of impending doom and were about to flee. However, a beam of light shot out and entered the center of their brows. The guards' expressions changed as their demonic energy surged out of them. Their life force grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, King Lu could feel countless memories flooding into his mind. Everything regarding the demonic beasts was no longer a mystery to King Lu. King Lu looked at the army and said, "Interesting. Is this the reason why my army was so strong?" As if he understood something, King Lu laughed out, "Where's my advisor, Xie Dong? Dark Altar Sect, Main Hala middle-aged Taoist, who looked to be in his 30s, sat on the sect leader's throne. Hundreds of disciples lined up before him. An elder took a deep breath before shouting out, "Patriarch, our dark altar sect has been through a calamity. Elder Li Yuan has received a decree to inherit the position of sect leader. We're holding a ceremony to announce this to the world." Dang. As the announcement was made, all the disciples bowed down. "Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader." As they bowed down, the spiritual energy from the paradise started pouring into the hall. "This is the position of sect leader." Li Yuan received this bow as his eyes glazed over. His cultivation level, which had been locked down for a long time, was starting to move. However, he didn't make a sound. He waited for the ceremony to end and the disciples to leave before he looked up. "Elder son, how many more disciples have come to congratulate our monastery?" "Sect leader, Qing Yuan Zi has the heart of a wolf. He has pledged his allegiance to the demons, causing hundreds of Yin Master disciples to perish. This time, we've lost 2/3 of our Yin Master disciples, which is a huge blow to our strength. Because of this, the number of monasteries under our control has been reduced to 75%. AI. Elder Li Yuan sighed. His eyes were filled with regret and a trace of ambition. He then raised his head and looked up into the sky. Dark altar sect, paradise. The palace at the peak of the mountain was huge, and had 2 rows of pillars. Armored soldiers stood in rows. As they walked up the stairs and entered the palace, they saw 2 rows of jade seats. The first patriarch sat in the middle, while the other patriarchs sat on his left and right. They were all dressed in feathered robes and looked extremely dignified. Xie Qingdong had a seat as well. At this point, as the sect leader ascended to his throne, the sound of a golden bell could be heard. The bell rang 5 times, and the entire hall was filled with music. Everyone looked up into the sky, and saw that it was getting brighter and brighter. When the patriarchs saw this, they were overjoyed. One of them stepped forward and said, "The ceremony has been completed, and Qi has gathered. Although we've lost quite a bit, we've managed to pull through this calamity." The first patriarch nodded his head as he waved his hands and laughed. "Losses were inevitable. It's just that it's much less than we expected. The key is that Qing Yuanzi was defeated too quickly. If he had dragged on for a few more years, not to mention 75%, even 25% would have been hard to come by. Our Dark Altar sect has inherited the teachings of the Tao monarch. That's why we're able to have such an effect. Everyone can rest assured." When everyone heard this, they congratulated the sect leader. At this point, Xie Qingdong's expression changed as his body started to glow with a golden light. He then asked, "Where is my advisor, Xie Qingdong?" The entire hall fell silent. Xie Qingdong revealed a bitter smile as he stood up and bowed. "I've received King Lu's blessing, and I have to repay him. It looks like I have no choice but to go. Patriarch, it looks like I'm not fated to be with Dark Altar sect. I plead for Patriarch to expel me from the sect. If not, I'm afraid I'll be implicated by karma and drag the entire Dark Altar sect down with me. This disciple is unfilial, and shall take my leave." Before he could finish speaking, King Lu's blessing shone brightly, and enveloped Xie Qingdong within it. The first patriarch looked at this and sighed, "Go." As he spoke, the paradise opened up. With a whoosh, Xie Qingdong transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. The entire hall fell silent. If it weren't for that mistake, Xie Qingdong would have been the best candidate to take over the sect leader position. One of the patriarchs sighed. The first patriarch nodded his head. "You're right. It's a pity that fate makes fools of us. We can't force Xie Qingdong to stay and fight against King Lu's imperial qi." As he spoke up to this point, he sighed. King Lu's imperial qi has already mutated, and has been punished by the heavens and earth. Xie Qingdong's trip, regardless of victory or defeat, we can't drag him down with us. Chapter 458. Blood mist pervaded the air, as King Lu stood atop the reincarnation platform. At this point, a golden light flashed as Qi Feng brought Xie Qing Dong down onto the reincarnation platform. He then revealed his human form and bowed down to King Lu. "Your subject Xie Qing Dong pays his respects to your majesty." "Xie Qing, you've finally arrived." King Lu's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at Xie Qing Dong. He then took a step forward and extended a hand to help Xie Qing Dong up. He looked at Xie Qing Dong from head to toe, and saw that Xie Qing Dong's eyes were filled with wisdom and wisdom. King Lu couldn't help but be pleased. Good, good. Today, the king and his subjects are united. Xie Qing Dong slowly got up and warmly said, "It's just that I haven't seen your majesty for a few months and your majesty's countenance is somewhat haggard. This is truly unexpected." King Lu sighed. "After you left, I knew what I was doing. My command of the army wasn't as sharp as before. I've failed to thank you, and I've failed in my mission." After sighing for some time, King Lu then spoke out, "Victory, defeat, life and death are all part of a military strategy. It's not a taboo for a wise man. However, we can't just rely on the will of the heavens. We have to rely on our own strength as well. What do you have now?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand and tapped out. A wave of information was transmitted, and in that instant, Xie Qing Dong understood the current situation. He looked around him and swept his eyes over the bloody mist. Right now, this world is already between the world of the living and the underworld. Even I have a body, as if I am a living person. It's just that I won't be able to maintain it for long. Based on your humble subject's point of view, all schemes are a waste of time. What we need to do now is to whittle down the enemy's energy. Once they're exhausted, we can strike and kill Pei Ziyun." Hearing these words, King Lu laughed out. "That's exactly what I wanted. Pei Ziyun has plotted against me many times. I want him to die a horrible death." This space was King Lu's home ground, and everything that had happened thus far surfaced in his mind. In the distance, the demonic beasts continued to attack the camp. Inside the camp, Li Jingyuan commanded the Dao officers and guards to defend against them. The stone catapults tossed kerosene into the midst of the demonic beasts. King Lu opened his eyes, as a beam of light flashed past his eyes. He then shouted, "All troops, listen to my command. The demonic beasts are to attack immediately. We will not rest until we are dead." There were still some demonic beasts in the forest surrounding the camp. At this moment, they all received the order and looked towards the camp. They gathered and pounced towards the camp. Hearing King Lu's orders, he then looked at the blind Taoist who was standing there like a statue. The scholar's eyes turned sour as he looked at the change in the situation. He then lowered his head and didn't speak. Main camp. With a caw sound, the door slowly opened. At this moment, an armored soldier shouted from the observation deck, "True Sovereign, the demonic beasts are gathering outside. They are about to surround us." Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan stepped forward. "Immortal, please stay and preside over the ceremony." "I don't care about these demonic beasts," Pei Ziyun replied coldly. He didn't seem to care as he sprinted forward. He had only just started killing when he noticed that something was amiss. The demonic beasts were gathering. "Go!" Running along the road, they passed by a forest of trees, many of which were burning with kerosene. In the distance, several demonic beasts were running, disturbing a patch of grass, but they were blocked by the flames thrown in. Roar! The demonic beasts roared. There were a few that were unconvinced and smashed into the wall of flames. They were burned by the flames and rolled about on the ground, crying out miserably. On the ground, there were several corpses of scouts who were being torn apart by the demonic beast. They had probably died not too long ago. These were the scouts that Pei Ziyun had sent out. These demonic beasts were in an orderly formation, with a general leading them. They were like sharks that had smelled blood, spying on the camp. Pei Ziyun galloped forward on his horse, alerting the other demonic beasts. One of the demonic beast's eyes lit up as he raised his head and howled. Awo! Immediately, more than 10 werewolves responded and pounced forward. These demonic beasts all had ferocious looks on their faces. Their muscles bulged as they pounced forward. Everyone on the slope could see everything clearly. Some of their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. However, Pei Zi-yun didn't seem to see anything. He was as steady as a mountain. 1 foot, half a foot. The claws and fangs were about to reach him. A cold light flashed. In the next moment, dismembered limbs and flesh flew everywhere. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. The dozens of werewolves that had pounced forward had been turned into pieces of lifeless flesh. Pei Zi-yun didn't move. Blood flowed down his halberd. True sovereign is mighty. Within the camp, the soldiers and officials had also participated in the battle. However, most of them weren't Pei Zi-yun's match. They had to rely on arrows and kerosene to kill more than 10 beasts. Li Jingyuan was inspecting the kerosene when he heard the cheers. He immediately came out and saw the demonic beasts charging towards Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun, who was fully armed, pointed his halberd at the demonic beasts and kicked his horse. He charged into the crowd of demonic beasts, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Another dozen or so demonic beasts fell and turned into pieces. When Li Jingyuan saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that Pei Zi-yun had transformed into a god of death, reaping lives. Every time he waved his halberd, the demonic beasts that got close to him would be sliced in half. True sovereign is mighty! True sovereign is mighty! The soldiers shouted out. Li Jingyuan's expression was one of worry as he asked someone, Di Dian, you're one of the top experts in the government. What do you think of true sovereign's martial arts? Governor Ji, true sovereign's martial arts are indeed terrifying. Look, he's wielding his halberd to kill his enemies. His entire body is relaxed and natural, as if he's one with the heavens. Every movement he makes is extremely natural. It's like the sun, moon, and stars are revolving around him, causing me to be dazzled. Look, in the blink of an eye, he's killed more than 30 demonic beasts. If this were a battlefield, killing people would be the same. He's truly a man who can defeat 100 men. Di Dian watched intently as he praised. Besides, true sovereign is clad in heavy armor and is riding on a warhorse. His killing power has increased by more than 10 times. Those so-called experts who don't wear armor can only wait to die when faced with him. Li Jingyuan looked over. Although the demonic beasts had weapons, they were slow. Although they were strong, they didn't have many moves. Furthermore, they didn't have any understanding of swords, blades, or spears. At this point, Pei Zi-yun's heart skipped a beat. He had a feeling that he was hiding among the demonic beasts. His long spear pierced forward at lightning speed. Pei Zi-yun turned around and pointed his halberd at him. His halberd turned into a beam of cold light. A ding sound was heard as the two weapons clashed. However, the demon general was already bleeding profusely. Pei Zi-yun's halberd was like an antelope hanging by its horns. It left a deep wound on the demon general's shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Di Dian stared blankly at the scene in front of him. His mind was blank. Such a martial arts technique was extremely miraculous. Before he had the time to be shocked, Pei Zi-yun laughed. He could feel the strength of the demon general. He suddenly had a feeling that his strength had increased in this world. The demonic beasts screamed for help as they charged towards Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun was clad in heavy armor. He didn't move away and allowed the demonic beasts to slash at him. Quang! The weapons pierced Pei Zi-yun's body, causing sparks to fly. Pei Zi-yun laughed out loud. Indeed, this is the Mirage Realm. Apart from the Dao arts that are specifically designed to counter me, everything else has been strengthened. I'm now equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Die. In that instant, Pei Zi-yun made his move. With a single slash of his halberd, another 5 or 6 demonic beasts were sliced into pieces. He then charged towards the demon general. Taking advantage of the demon general's injuries, he wanted to take his life. The demon general's expression changed as he retreated and hid behind the demonic beast. With a sweep of his halberd, the demonic beasts in front of him were sliced into two before they could even move. The demon general didn't expect Pei Ziyun to be so invincible. In that instant, his face was filled with fear. Berserk transformation. As the halberd descended, the demon general knew that he couldn't avoid it. He roared in anger and used his demonic arts. His eyes were bloodshot, and his demonic chi overflowed in all directions. The spear in his hand pierced forward. Compared to before, his strength had more than doubled. This was the demon realm, which was the most suitable place for demons to unleash their full strength. At this moment, the demon general could feel that he had unleashed his full strength. He could definitely block this attack. Quang! Sparks flew everywhere. Pei Ziyun could feel the demon general's explosive power. His expression froze and his brows relaxed. Without hesitation, he hooked his halberd, causing the spear to miss. Pooh! A cold light flashed, and the demon general's face was filled with disbelief. His body was sliced into two and fell to the ground. There are laws of the demon realm here, and I can unleash 70% of my strength. How could I die? This was the demon realm, and the suction force of the reincarnation platform was many times stronger than before. With a flash of the plum blossom, the demon general's demonic soul disappeared. How is this possible? My energy is obviously suppressed here. When Li Jingyuan saw this, he was even more shocked than the demon general. He mumbled to himself in disbelief. He then heard a Taoist official exclaim, "Could it be that Pei Ziyun has already reached the 7th or 8th level of the Earth Immortal stage, and has attained a body of steel that is impervious to swords and spears?" As soon as these words were spoken, the few people who were looking at the records fell silent. If this was really the case, how far away was Pei Ziyun from becoming a true immortal? Perhaps only the Taoist ancestors in the records could compare to him. Troubled times indeed. Another Taoist official mumbled to himself. His face was pale. Li Jingyuan did not speak as he carefully sensed the changes in the space around him. No, it's because of this realm. Although Li Jingyuan said this, he still continued to record. He then sighed. If there were people who were impervious to swords and spears, the imperial qi would be useless. Reincarnation platform Xie Qingdong looked at the densely packed demonic beasts surrounding Pei Ziyun and frowned. "Your Majesty, this person is trapped in the demon realm. He's very intelligent, and he must have realized that we won't be able to survive for long. As long as we delay for more time, we will be able to achieve victory. Hence, Pei Ziyun is charging forward to buy more time. However, even if an Earth Immortal has a body of steel, if he doesn't become a true immortal, he will still get tired." Xie Qingdong spoke as his eyes shone brightly, staring at the camp. "Your subject predicts that Pei Ziyun will charge forward for a while before retreating back to the camp to rest. Now, the camp is Pei Ziyun's only hope. If we want to kill this person, we have to destroy this camp first. We have at most an hour to surround the entire camp. When that time comes, we should focus on attacking the main camp and ignore Pei Ziyun. This way, we can wipe out the entire camp and surround Pei Ziyun. That way, we will not be able to catch his breath. That would be the best way to deal with this situation. We shouldn't be relying on tactics like this." King Lu looked at the camp from afar. His eyes shone brightly, as though he was thinking. When he heard Xie Qingdong's words, he laughed out. "Official Xie's strategy is impeccable. If we want to kill Pei Ziyun, it's indeed best to follow your plan. Even if we don't care about our losses, we can break through the wall of fire and kill our way to the camp. We can then surround Pei Ziyun and kill him. But there's no rush. If we attack the camp now, and even kill Pei Ziyun, we won't be able to achieve our goal." "Yes, Your Majesty." Xie Qingdong understood that King Lu had his own plans and didn't speak further. He took a step back as King Lu turned to the scholar. In order to lock onto the source, how many demonic spirits do we need? At least 36. The scholar replied bitterly. He had to sacrifice the demonic spirits once again, but he had no other choice. Good. King Lu lowered his voice, his eyes were deep. For the sake of great things, there must be sacrifices. If he wants to kill, let him kill. Men, deploy another troop of demonic spirit. Have them lead the troops and kill them. Make sure that Pei Ziyun kills as many as he can. The scholar listened as King Lu fell silent. Although he was the one who suggested sacrificing the demonic spirits to reveal the source of the demonic spirits, seeing how King Lu didn't even bat an eyelid, and was willing to sacrifice the demonic spirits, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Chapter 459. The halberd continued to move as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Even the demonic beasts had a look of fear on their faces as they paced back and forth, not daring to approach. One of the demon generals retreated as Pei Ziyun appeared right in front of him. Die! A cold light flashed as the demon general flew into the air and was split into two halves. Pei Ziyun had killed him in one strike, but he did not stop there. Dozens of demonic beasts were like pieces of paper as they fell to the ground. Anyone who stood in front of the horse was killed. At this point, the enemy's formation had been broken through. Not far away, there was a tall platform that was surrounded by black mist. Pei Ziyun panted as he looked through the blood mist. All he could see was darkness. It was different from the other places. The blood mist was even thicker, and he could not see anything clearly. However, Pei Ziyun could feel that something was amiss within the blood mist. Looks like this is the main camp. At this point, Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes as a cold look flashed past his face. Without hesitation, he sped off in another direction to see if there was a way out. It's as I expected. There's no boundary here, and I'm not in the world of the living. After galloping for some time, Pei Ziyun stopped at the edge of the blood mist. He did not see any demonic beasts around him. For some reason, he could only see a white light outside of the blood mist. This white light reflected the darkness and the world of the living. Lightning come. Although many Dao arts were restricted here, the Earth Immortals had their own. A bolt of lightning surged forth and slammed into the white light. A loud boom could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. However, the lightning disappeared and everything returned to normal. It can't be broken. Looks like I can only hold on until the blood sacrifice is used up. If there was no way out, it would be like a cornered beast. This was worse than Pei Ziyun had expected. Pei Ziyun's face fell as he whipped his horse and galloped towards the main camp. King Lu could sense it and laughed coldly. Although Pei Ziyun is an Earth Immortal, he's not that strong. He must have used up most of his energy, right? He then turned around and asked the scholar, how many demonic spirits have been absorbed by him? The scholar bowed, 21. Impressive. In less than 2 hours, he's killed 500 enemies and 21 of my generals. King Lu looked at the corpses that littered the ground. After some time, he smiled and pointed to the ground. Today, I finally know how terrifying an Earth Immortal can be. I've been thinking too much. King Lu let out a bitter laugh. If a Taoist stops at the level of Een Master, it won't affect the fate of the country. Above the Earth Immortal stage, it's more or less at Pei Ziyun's level. King Lu turned around and spoke in a serious tone. It's no wonder all the previous emperors were so suspicious of each other. They couldn't even eat or sleep in peace. No ruler would be able to tolerate this. The number of soldiers in a county was no more than a few hundred. In other words, without considering the dragon chi and the backlash of the world, an Earth Immortal could defeat the soldiers of a county in one night. There were only 2,000 counties in the world. Who could resist a guerrilla attack? What's more, if there were assassins with ulterior motives, it would be like living in a nightmare. King Lu laughed coldly. There's only 15 more days until the 36th. We can't give him a chance to breathe. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Pass down my orders, we shall launch an all-out attack. Yes. The drums of war started beating as the army started moving. At this point, Pei Ziyun had reached the front of the hill. All of a sudden, he felt his heart skip a beat. Before he could think of anything else, a demonic beast leapt out from the bushes. Its speed was extremely fast, and with a flash of light it was sliced in two. Pei Ziyun didn't even bother to look at it as he continued running. At this point, a whoa! Hundreds of demonic beasts emerged from the blood mist. Their eyes were bloodshot as they tried to stop him. These demonic beasts are endless. True Sovereign has returned. Let's open the gates to welcome him. On the hill, Li Jingyuan could see the silhouette of Pei Ziyun as he gave the order. He saw Pei Ziyun's halberd pointing out as he carved a bloody path towards the army camp. Behind him was a horde of demonic beasts. Release! An officer shouted out with a ferocious look on his face. Boom! The flaming oil on the stone catapult was thrown out as it smashed into the bodies of the demonic beasts, causing them to explode and burn. The gates opened and Pei Ziyun's entire body was covered in demonic blood. He led his horse and charged into the camp. The soldiers rushed forward and cheered, "Long live true sovereign! Long live true sovereign!" Shoot! Arrows rained down on the demonic beasts that were charging towards him. Awo! A series of screams could be heard as the demonic beasts retreated. Pei Ziyun had just dismounted from his horse when the warhorse neighed once before it died. It had been fighting back and forth within the array, and had exhausted its life force. Now it was dead. Officer Li, Officer Chen, enter the tent. Pei Ziyun had just landed on the ground when he gave the order. The both of them looked at each other. They had come up with a plan before this. Yes. The both of them entered the tent one after another. Inside the tent there was a pot of ginseng soup. As the fire burned, steam billowed out from the soup. Pei Ziyun sat down and received the bowl of ginseng soup. He didn't feel that it was hot at all. He drank the whole cup and wiped his hands. When he saw Li Jingyuan and Colonel Chen walking in, he said, "What information do you have? Tell me quickly." He then ordered, "Bring me some meat." Immediately, someone brought out some roasted meat. The roasted meat had some oil on it, and was extremely fragrant. Pei Ziyun didn't care about his appearance as he wolfed down the meat. Officer Chen then said, "I've just tested the waters. The demonic beasts aren't very intelligent, but their bravery has increased tremendously. One of them can fight against 3 armored soldiers. True Sovereign, the demonic beasts have mutated since the forest. Although they are all wild beasts, there are still differences between them. I think the tiger demons would require at least 7 people to kill them, and the bear men would require even more. However, there aren't many of them. The werewolf men are the most powerful, and can fight against 3 men. As for the monkey men, it would be 1 against 1, and the goat men are very weak. Even so, we are still in a passive position." Li Jingyuan's face was pale as he spoke. "That's right, true sovereign. We really don't know how big this place is. If it's very big and there are many demonic beasts here, I'm afraid we won't be able to last until tomorrow morning." Officer Chen said, "Don't worry." With the ginseng soup and roasted meat, Pei Ziyun regained some of his energy. He then pointed at the map and laughed coldly. "It's all because you don't know. There's more to this than meets the eye. What do you think I went out for? I killed my way to the edge of the camp, but it's less than 3 miles away. This place is at least 10 miles wide. If it weren't for the blood mist, I would have been able to see everything clearly. I suspect that this place is somewhere between the world of light and the underworld. In other words, it's between the real and the unreal. The size of the area depends on the strength of the beast. There are at most a few thousand beasts in this area. If I'm right, the enemy has elites. I can feel my heart palpitating and don't dare to get close." Pei Ziyun said as he drew a circle on the map, There must be a secret behind this thick blood mist. Pei Ziyun's eyes were cold. This area is too small. We can't escape, and we can't engage in guerrilla warfare. The only way out is to defend the camp, and continue to wear them down. We can even attack the enemy camp. When Li Jingyuan heard this, his face was dark and gloomy. He had hoped that they could escape, or that there would be a chance. Even if the enemy camp was breached, they would still have a chance. He let out a long sigh and looked at the map. Based on what True Sovereign has said, the only way is to defend the camp and wear them down. Even if we kill all the demonic beasts, we will be able to pass this stage safely. As he said this, Li Jingyuan's face darkened. We have to lay a trap and kill all the demonic beasts around us. Only then will we be able to fight the enemy to the death. How much gunpowder do we have? Pei Ziyun thought about his plan and asked. Li Jingyuan thought for a moment before replying. True Sovereign, in order to prevent the traitors from escaping into the cave, we have to prepare 100 pounds of gunpowder. That should be enough to blow up half the mountain. All right, that's our secret weapon. It's just that we don't have much gunpowder. We have to use it at a critical moment. It's best to use it on the enemy's main force. As for the demonic beasts, although they are strong individually, they aren't suited for battle. We can use the terrain to kill them, and that should be enough to kill them off. What True Sovereign means is that we should arrange for our soldiers to guard the walls and fences. We should use our crossbows and oil to kill the demonic beasts. We should be able to kill as many of them as possible? When Chen Xiaowei heard this, he understood the crux of the matter. Yes, True Sovereign. I understand. I shall choose some men to kill the demonic beasts. There are 2 layers of defense. Bury the gunpowder on the first layer. Once we can't hold on any longer, retreat to the second layer and detonate it. Pei Ziyun instructed. All of a sudden, a horn sounded from outside. Everyone within the tent paused in shock. Someone then rushed in and shouted, "Not good. There's King Lu's flag outside. And it's the king's flag." What? The few of them were shocked as they hurried out. The mountain slope had already been fortified with fences and fences. Looking down from above, they could see a thick fog covering the entire area. A loud roar could be heard. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Amidst the thunderous roars of the crowd, a yellow dragon umbrella was raised high up in the air as it advanced. King Lu was clad in armor and was escorted by his personal guards. He then shouted out, "I am the son of the Emperor, the second Emperor of the dynasty. You are the subjects of the dynasty. Why aren't you kneeling down and greeting the Emperor?" Although they were enemies, the Emperor's authority was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Seeing this figure, everyone revealed looks of fear. Chen Xiaowei shouted out, "That's impossible. King Lu is in the capital of Jin Prefecture. He's hundreds of miles away. How could he break through all the defenses and appear here?" Li Jingyuan had a look of shock on his face as well. He then turned around and asked, "True Sovereign, didn't you sense anything earlier? The fog was too thick, and I couldn't see anyone more than 10 meters away. All I knew was that the enemy's camp was here, but I didn't know that it was King Lu himself." Pei Ziyun saw that the morale of his troops had plummeted, and his face turned solemn. He then shouted out, "According to the Emperor's orders, King Lu has committed treason, and is stripped of his title. He is now a criminal. Whoever kills him will be promoted by 3 ranks, and be conferred the title of Earl." At first, it wasn't too bad. Being promoted by 3 ranks, and being conferred the title of Earl, was actually a fake imperial edict. But at this point, there was a buzz sound as the Emperor's sword and the imperial edict lit up. The imperial chi swept across the entire battlefield. Pei Ziyun had the imperial chi to back him up, and his heart trembled. He then looked at the soldiers. "Soldiers, we've fallen into the demon's trap. However, this won't last long. As long as we kill the demonic beasts, and hold on for a day and a night, we will be victorious." Capturing and killing King Lu would be a great merit, and the imperial court would not be stingy with its rewards. Are you willing to follow me, and fight for this great merit, and be conferred the title of King Lu's wife and son? As he finished speaking, he combined the imperial qi with the imperial charm technique. The soldiers and officials all felt their blood boiling as they shouted out, "We're willing to follow true sovereign, to capture and kill King Lu, and be conferred the title of King Lu's wife and son." Hearing this, King Lu's face turned ashen. Xie Qingdong sighed under his breath. King Lu's status was extremely high, but the imperial qi wasn't something that came out of thin air. King Lu had been defeated several times, and was no longer able to suppress his enemies. The more he spoke, the more his troops lost their morale. Xie Qingdong then stepped forward. "Emperor, there's no point in talking too much. Let's see who's the real winner on the battlefield." King Lu nodded his head and looked at the soldiers before he turned around and left. At the next moment, the war drums started beating. Chapter 460. The sky was dark, and dark clouds covered the sky. There was a tinge of red in the sky, and under the illumination of the flames, groups of demonic beasts could be seen. As the war drums beat, the demonic beasts started to move. However, the ground was still burning with oil. The demonic beasts instinctively felt fear, and didn't dare to move forward. As the war drums beat, their hearts were filled with the desire for human flesh and blood, and their minds were filled with commands: "Go, kill them all." Instincts and commands were fighting. However, as the war drums beat faster and faster, the demonic beasts started to gather. Their eyes were filled with greed and ferocity. "Kill!" King Lu sensed all of this and stood up. He then gave an order to all the demonic beasts around the camp: "Citizens of the demon race, for the sake of our great cause, kill them all." Awo! In a split second, the demonic beasts that were hesitating charged forward. Several demon generals charged forward as well, hiding their qi and energy. They were waiting for the right moment to strike. "Don't panic, get ready." Pei Ziyun looked up and saw hundreds of demonic beasts. No, it was 1,000 to 2,000 demonic beasts, with tens of demon generals hidden among them. They charged forward like a wave. "Wait a little longer, the demonic beasts are about to enter the area filled with firewood." Pei Ziyun tried to calm them down. Below them, there were trees that had been cut down and were covered with oil. As he calmed them down, the officials and soldiers who were in a panic regained their composure. This was especially so for the soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles. Their panic was due to fear of the unknown. 200 meters, 100 meters, 70 meters. The demonic beasts got closer and closer as they opened their jaws. Sharp teeth could be seen, as if they were about to tear the people in front of them into pieces. Pung, pung, pung. Pei Ziyun could hear the hearts of the people around him beating rapidly. He raised his hand and looked at the demonic beasts before waving his hand. "Release!" The flaming oil had been prepared for a long time. At that moment, it was tossed out. Boom! The flaming oil landed on the firewood, causing it to burst into flames. Awo! The demonic beasts rolled on the ground as the oil exploded. The flames burned the demonic beasts as they screamed in agony. Shoot! As soon as the order was given, the sound of arrows raining down was heard. However, the effect of the arrows wasn't great. The demonic beasts had scales, fur, and weapons. Some had sharp teeth and claws. All of them roared as they advanced. Pierce! In the army, their martial arts were ordinary, but everyone was skilled in teamwork. Their tacit understanding could be said to be deep in their bones. At this moment, with a command, dozens of spears pierced through the gaps in the fence. Pu piu piu. The demonic beasts that pounced towards the fence immediately let out miserable cries. A bear demonic beast that had pounced too close was focused fire, and several spears pierced deep into its body. The demonic bear let out a deafening roar and slammed its paw on the fence, causing it to shake. Then, Pooh pooh pooh, another 3 long spears pierced through the demonic bear's fur and pierced deeply into its body. The bear demon couldn't take it any more and fell down, fresh blood flowing out continuously. Kill! At this moment, several demon generals among the demonic beasts leapt up and leapt onto the fence. There was even an eagle demon descending from the sky, its sharp claws rapidly descending. With a flash of blood, 2 soldiers who were resisting let out blood-curdling screams as half of their skulls were clawed off, their brains splattering everywhere. As expected, without Dao techniques, the demon race is truly terrifying. Of course, this is the Mirage realm. It's not easy to become a demon in the real world, let alone so many of them. In the blink of an eye, all around him, he was in a predicament. Feeling the danger, Pei Ziyun laughed out, "Good lightning." Boom. The eagle demon who was descending from the sky was struck by the lightning. It screamed in pain as blood splattered everywhere. A cold light flashed, and a demon general leapt into the fray. On the wall that was originally illuminated by the burning flames, the cold gleam of the halberd suddenly filled the air. A kind of fear struck its heart. The person in front of it did not seem to be a mortal, but rather a demonic god that could suppress everything. The demon general was instantly restrained. With a roar, it struggled to break free from the nightmare, but it was already too late. Its body turned cold, and its head flew off. Pei Ziyun then grabbed a long spear, die. The long spear pierced through the air, and the eagle demon was still struggling. However, the light of the spear flashed, and the long spear pierced through the eagle demon. The eagle demon fell heavily to the ground, and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 demon generals. Taking advantage of the gap, several demonic beasts leapt over and attacked Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun did not dodge. He watched as weapons, claws and fangs landed on his body. Some of them were blocked by his armor, while others pierced through his armor, causing sparks to fly off his skin. He then spun his halberd around his body, and a cold light flashed. All the demonic beasts that had pounced on him fell to the ground, and were sliced into pieces. Pei Ziyun's face turned red, as hot air gushed out from his body. He had only rested for a short while before he had to fight again. He had expended a lot of energy. At this point, a sharp aura appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the air. Pei Ziyun immediately understood that this was a demon general hiding amongst the demonic beasts. He then shouted, "Cloud wind form." Pei Ziyun's body moved 6 inches upwards, and heard a pew sound as the long spear brushed past his body. He felt a chill on his shoulder. Pei Ziyun shouted out, and struck down with his halberd. The sound of thunder could be heard, and the demon general spat out a mouthful of blood. The long spear broke into pieces, and the demon general tried to escape. The battle was intense, and the Taoist priests were reinforcing the soldiers. However, they could still see some blood. One of the Taoist priests then said, "True sovereign is injured." It was hard to tell if he was happy or worried. Li Jinyuan looked closely and said, "True sovereign only suffered a small scratch. We're all in the same boat now. If something happens, none of us can escape." Looking closely, some demonic beasts took the opportunity to stab into his wound. Sparks flew everywhere, and the demon general was unable to stab any deeper. Pei Ziyun then grabbed his weapon and slammed it down heavily. 7 or 8 demonic beasts around him were sent flying. Amidst the flames, the demonic beasts continued to attack, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. King Lu's black eyes gleamed as he asked, "How many are there now?" The scholar who had followed him replied in a hoarse voice, 33. King Lu took several steps forward and looked at the charred corpses on the hillside. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. He then sighed, "For an earth immortal to reach such a stage, he can truly control the fate of the country." The kerosene was still burning, and many of the demonic beasts had stopped moving. Xie Qingdong watched on. His expression was extremely serious. However, he laughed, "Your Majesty, Not only has this world strengthened us, it has also strengthened Pei Ziyun's strength. If not, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Furthermore, he has the support of thousands of soldiers behind him. Furthermore, the kerosene has disrupted our battle strategy. If not, he wouldn't even have lasted the first round of attacks. However, no matter how strong Pei Ziyun is, he's already exhausted. The soldiers inside are exhausted as well. Besides, we don't have much time left. It's time for us to strike. King Lu looked towards the camp and nodded his head. You're right. We can't give our enemies any chance to rest. My personal army, press on. The thousands of demonic beasts and the 2,000 soldiers started to move out. The war drums were neither too fast nor too slow. Every beat of the drums resonated in everyone's hearts. Soon after, the 3,000 soldiers charged forward. Shoot! The sound of the drums piercing through the air as they charged forward. Boom! Many of them fell to the ground, but the demonic beasts didn't seem to notice. They continued to charge forward. Although they were exhausted, there weren't many casualties on the barricade. Many cracks appeared on the barricade, as blood and bodies stacked on top of each other. Kill! Under the support of the Taoist officials, everyone fought with all their might, blocking the demonic beast. Behind them, Li Jingyuan hurried over. He looked at Pei Ziyun, who was panting heavily as he retreated. He then walked up to him and whispered, "True sovereign, we've held on for almost a full day. These demonic beasts are very organized, and are extremely cunning. The kerosene is becoming less and less effective, and the demonic realm hasn't disappeared yet. Could there be a problem?" Pei Ziyun panted heavily as he looked at Li Jingyuan. That can't be. To maintain such an enchantment, the consumption of energy is too great. The sky-stealing technique wouldn't be able to last till the second day. If it could really trap us here, wouldn't that be the power of a true immortal? No, it would require the power of a true immortal. Pei Ziyun spoke coldly. Li Jingyuan opened his mouth. Logically, he knew that Pei Ziyun was right. It was just that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Give me a minute, and I'll be able to recover and fight again. Pei Ziyun gulped down the ginseng soup and closed his eyes, ignoring Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Pei Ziyun's position was the highest, and he was the one who gave the orders. Furthermore, he had killed hundreds of corpses just now. It was only natural for him to rest. However, humans were like that. The more effort they put in, the more they would be treated as a matter of course. Now that they had retreated, Li Jingyuan knew that his emotions weren't right, but he still felt a tinge of resentment. He shook his head to get rid of these emotions and took a deep breath. Everyone, hold on. Do your best to kill the enemies. The soldiers were shouting and fighting, and the sounds of battle rang out. Fortunately, the hill was narrow, and the waves of attacks were repelled. Amidst the cries of pain, large amounts of flesh and blood rolled down the hill. Blood flowed down like a river. Pei Ziyun turned a blind eye to all of this as he sank into the void. Just like before, everything around him disappeared. All that was left was darkness as his primordial spirit descended. In the blink of an eye, he saw a patch of white light, and a dimension appeared. This dimension seemed to be bigger than before, and there were golden nails on the door. It looked extremely majestic, and there weren't many changes to the dimension. There were 30-odd statues, all of them had ferocious looks on their faces, as though they were struggling to break free. However, they were all imprisoned and could not move. Demonic chi emanated from their bodies, turning into spiritual chi. Without thinking, he shouted, "System!" A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes, as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes, and numbers appeared before his eyes. Earth Immortal, 7th level, 53. 1%. Pei Ziyun glanced at it and thought, 53%. I've already passed the tribulations. As long as I have enough spiritual chi, I should be able to level up. 30-odd statues should be enough. However, there's a process of extracting spiritual chi. If I have 10 days, no, 5 days, I should be able to level up. Just as he was thinking about this, his heart skipped a beat, and he regained his senses. He realized that he was no longer in front of them, and that there was no more fuel. Although the soldiers were fighting with all their might, they still couldn't hold on. A loud boom sound could be heard. The fences were made at the last minute, and were pushed by several demonic bears. As the fences fell, the remaining demonic beasts broke through the defense line. The soldiers in front of them were torn to shreds. Behind them, the imperial bodyguards shouted and rushed in like a tidal wave. Chapter 461. True Sovereign, the demon soldiers are killing their way in. Li Jingyuan's face was pale as he followed behind several Taoists. Their bodies were stained with the blood of demons. What are you panicking for? Retreat to the inner fortress. Pei Ziyun ordered as he leapt into the air. With a twist of his halberd, several guards were sliced in half as they spat out a mouthful of blood. One of the captains roared out in anger as he tried to block the attack. However, a dang sound was heard as his blade broke. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows as half of his body fell to the ground. Following that, Pei Ziyun continued charging forward. Everywhere he went, the demonic beasts and guards were all killed. The chaos was like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading out in circles. Eventually, the guards behind him slowed down and stopped. The strength of an earth immortal indeed lives up to its name. King Lu watched from behind as he spoke out, "Guards, whoever dares to retreat shall be killed without mercy." Under the heavy pressure, the hundreds of guards had no choice but to continue charging forward. Pei Ziyun saw that most of them had already retreated into the inner fortress. His halberd danced in the air as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Within moments, more than 10 guards had fallen to the ground. When he reached the side of the fortress wall, Pei Ziyun leapt into the inner fortress. Within such a short period of time, half of the 3,000 men had been killed. There were only 1,000 left. Pei Ziyun landed on the ground and saw thousands of men rushing into the outer fortress. He then shouted out, "Ignite the fire!" Igniting the fire was the responsibility of the Taoists. Soon after, there was a loud boom, boom. Every barrel of gunpowder exploded at the same time. Although the power of gunpowder wasn't strong in this era, the explosion of over 100 pounds of gunpowder was enough to send the people within flying. Emperor! At the moment of the explosion, several of King Lu's imperial guards pressed down on him. Rocks and dirt started to fall from the sky. Coincidentally, one of the rocks landed on the ground, carrying with it a tremendous force. Although the imperial guard was in his demon form, when the rock landed on his helmet, fresh blood and brain matter flew out of his helmet and landed heavily on his head. What's happening? When the explosion subsided, King Lu stood up. When he looked around, his face turned ashen. There were 2 pits in the wall and corpses littered the ground. Out of the thousands of men, 300 had been killed. The remaining few hundred had been knocked unconscious and lost their ability to fight. Only half of them had managed to retreat in fear. Bastard, quickly reorganize the army. King Lu felt a sense of suffocation in his chest as he clenched his fists tightly. His teeth were clenched so tightly that they were about to bleed. Looking at the current situation, it was no longer possible for him to continue fighting. The only thing he could do was to regroup before fighting again. Humph, no matter how cunning you are, you still have to eat the water I wash my feet with. Pei Ziyun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the corpses on the outer base. He watched as 7 to 8 demonic spirits flew out and disappeared in a flash of the plum blossom. Samsara Stage, the blind Taoist, was in charge of the eye of the array. He closed his eyes and stood in the middle of the darkness. In front of him was a stretch of nothingness. There was nothing there at all. He had almost turned into a statue. At this point, a ray of blood-red light shot towards him. He didn't even have the time to take a breath before it landed on the reincarnation platform, following which a faint light flashed and a nebula appeared. Dong dong dong. The blind Taoist opened his eyes. I've caught him again. This time, I shall head over personally. I shall not rest until I die. The blind Taoist could feel the resonance of the statue, as well as the space around him. His hands reached deep into the nebula, as though he was fishing. Found it. The blind Taoist's hands stopped, as though he had caught a huge fish. He let out a sinister smile as his hands grabbed onto the nebula, ready to rip it apart. Ka! A crack appeared in the nebula as the blind Taoist used some unknown demonic technique. His entire body transformed into a ball of fire as he shot towards the nebula. In a flash, he disappeared into the nebula. Pei Ziyun watched as the demonic soldiers retreated and was about to rest. All of a sudden, he heard a dull thud. Pei Ziyun felt something and his heart skipped a beat. His face fell as blood trickled down from his nose. He then shouted, "Not good, the space around me is vibrating. Someone has barged into my space." Pei Ziyun's expression turned ugly as he realized what had happened. He then said, "Prepare the defenses within the inner base. If there's another attack, give me some time to recover." Li Jingyuan paused before replying, "Yes, true sovereign." As soon as Pei Ziyun finished speaking, he entered the tent and closed his eyes. Li Jingyuan then shouted out orders for the Dao officials and soldiers to be deployed. Colonel Chen listened to Li Jingyuan's orders. "What's going on?" "True sovereign needs to recover, and ordered me to protect the inner base." Colonel Chen immediately replied, "Yes, follow me and protect the inner base." Li Jingyuan wasn't at ease. He gritted his teeth and paced around, as if he was thinking of something. Before he could make a decision, he heard a loud shout from below as a large number of demonic soldiers charged up. After all, the guards below had all transformed into demons. Although hundreds of them were killed or injured, they reorganized themselves and regained their ferocity. They then charged up, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. "The enemy is too aggressive, and won't give us any chance to catch our breath. I have no choice but to use this." Li Jingyuan made up his mind as he reached into his robes. It was an insignia, similar to the one regal propria had. There were dragon carvings on it, and it was made out of pure gold. "Set up the array," Li Jingyuan instructed. Without hesitation, the Dao officials formed an array. Li Jingyuan's face was solemn as he walked up to the table and placed the insignia on it. Following which, he spoke to the insignia, "Your subject Li Jingyuan is a Dao official and has received a secret order. My authority is urgent, and the demonic beasts are a threat to us. For the sake of the Empire, I request for the blessing of the Imperial Qi to sweep away the demons and monsters." As soon as he spoke, a golden light shone out, merging with the insignia. Li Jingyuan stood up and stepped onto the main seat. He then raised his hand and pointed, "Order." A golden light shone down, and all the soldiers felt their bodies tremble as their strength increased. With a loud shout, they charged towards the demonic soldiers. Space all of a sudden, the blind Taoist's vision turned black as he landed in this place. He looked around and saw that the outside was still very neat and tidy. There were many walls and a huge door. Inside, there was only a single corridor with rosewood railings. However, there were no other structures, and only a pavilion. Around the pavilion, there were many statues. Some of them were petrified, while others were still very distinct, and had expressions of struggle on their faces. Right in the middle, Qing Yuanzi's statue was several times larger than the other demon statues, and he stood out like a crane amongst chickens. "What a pity, Qing Yuanzi. Initially I had placed my hopes on you, but you have failed." As the blind Taoist spoke, he looked around him. He could see that the demonic qi was being absorbed by the space around him, before being converted into spiritual chi. Source space, it's indeed source space. Ha! The blind Taoist threw his head back and laughed out loud. As long as we can completely transform this place, we will be able to gain the approval of the heavens. The demons will then be able to cleanse our name. As he spoke, starlight began to revolve around him, forming a nebula. The demonic qi in Qing Yuanzi's statue had already dried up, and only a little was left. As the nebula appeared, the demonic qi flowed into the statue, and it started to give birth to life. ZZ, at the point where the demonic qi and spiritual qi intersected, sparks of electricity could be seen flickering. It was just that there was no one controlling the space, and the demonic qi could only be resisted instinctively. At this point, the space around him flashed, and Pei Ziyun landed. The moment Pei Ziyun landed, the blind Taoist sensed him and raised his head. Pei Ziyun, it's been a long time. The blind Taoist laughed as the speed of the starlight increased. The demonic qi continued to swirl around him, and crackling sounds could be heard. Pei Ziyun frowned. He could feel the demonic qi around him continuously changing the space around him. His eyes narrowed as he spat out, wishful thinking. Since you're here, you shall become a statue just like your fellow demon beasts. Actually, there was no need for him to do anything else. The moment Pei Ziyun arrived, the space around him started to glow brightly, forming a suppressive force. Pei Ziyun then made a move. He pointed out with his finger, and a bolt of lightning shot towards the blind Taoist. The blind Taoist laughed coldly as he stretched out his hand, and the starlight transformed into a blood-red glow that protected him. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the entire space was filled with flashes of electricity, causing the walls to shake. The blind Taoist grunted in pain, as he had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. He then regained his courage and laughed. Pei Ziyun, even if you're the son of heaven, how would you know the methods of my demon race? As long as I kill you and take over this source space, my demon race can cleanse our name. As for me, I can become a true demon king. The blind Taoist laughed out loud and didn't rush forward to attack. Instead, he stared at Pei Ziyun, as if victory was within his grasp. It seemed like he wanted to talk to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes, as his killing intent couldn't be concealed. This was because beside the blind Taoist, the nebula was swirling, and the demonic qi was boiling. Hee, you're trying to stall for time? Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. With a single thought, he activated the power of space around him, and used all his strength to suppress and repair the space around him. He extracted the demonic qi and converted it into spiritual qi. ZZ, the air around him crackled with the sound of electricity. As the two of them continued to fight, the intensity of the electricity increased. You're the Demon King? I thought you'd already given up your position to King Lu. You've been chased by me for so long, and yet you're still able to create this space, and even ambush the space around you. You really can't be underestimated. You're a talent, no, a demonic talent. Pei Ziyun spoke. The blind Taoist's eyes gleamed as he stared at his opponent. He then spoke softly. The Demon King has 36 primordial spirits. Even if King Lu succeeds, he's just one of them. The only way to become the true Demon King is to subdue the remaining primordial spirit. That's extremely difficult. And I'm the Demon King. I don't need to be subdued. As long as I have results, I can enjoy my position. As the blind Taoist spoke, he retracted his smile and revealed his fangs. You and I are both stalling for time. Looks like I'm the one who's winning. Rise. Dong. It was as if a battle drum was being beaten, reverberating throughout the entire space. The newly formed 40 statues continued to be infused with demonic qi. Although they didn't manage to transform the space around them, the statues came to life and transformed into 40 demon generals. The moment they appeared, they resonated with the nebula, and their faces were ferocious. Kill. the blind Taoist commanded, as the demon generals were about to pounce on Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun laughed evilly and shook his head. You have some tricks up your sleeves, don't tell me I haven't. Rise. Buzz. The completely transformed statues rose up as well. These statues were also infused with demonic qi by the blind Taoist. However, all of them were converted into pure spiritual qi. At this point, they lit up and shone brightly. They transformed into protectors, and formed a spell that resonated with the space around them. The protectors didn't say a word. They were like cold killing machines as they fought against the demon generals. Demonic qi intertwined and spiritual qi converged. Between the demon generals and the statues, their strengths were comparable. When they clashed, a loud sound rang out, and lightning flashed continuously. Pei Ziyun didn't look at the battle between the demon generals and the statues. His gaze was fixed on the blind Taoist as he smiled coldly. Come on, blind Taoist. The grudges between us have been entangled for so many years. It's time to put an end to it. Chapter 462. Pei Ziyun, I've been plotting in secret for tens of years. I've beheaded the dragon and supported the dragon, all for the sake of the demon tribe's rise to power. Originally, there were no obstacles in my path, and I succeeded in one fell swoop. But the demon world was destroyed by you. As the blind Taoist spoke, he no longer hesitated. The nebula around his body expanded in an instant as demonic qi gathered around his body, forming an armor and a long sword. Thunder, come! With Pei Ziyun in the center, a bolt of lightning flashed. The demonic qi and spiritual qi clashed, and the lightning was attracted to each other. It shot up into the sky and transformed into a lightning serpent, lighting up the entire space as it struck down heavily. The blind Taoist's face changed as he shouted, 10,000 demon formation! In that instant, the nebula began to revolve, and the grayish-black energy began to gather. Following the blind Taoist's movements, the energy slammed into the blind Taoist. In that instant, both of them unleashed their full strength. Boom! The nebula and the lightning python collided heavily, and a bright light exploded in space, tearing open a spatial crack. Spiritual qi and demonic qi flowed out, forming a suction force. The demon general and the statue fought. The demon general bled, and the statue cracked. Emperor's sword. This dimension was different from the outside world. Pei Ziyun was the master of this dimension. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword light transformed into a long golden sword that descended upon the blind Taoist's head. The blind Taoist's starlight flickered as he formed a constellation. When the sword landed, it landed on the constellation. Instantly, the starlight scattered everywhere, turning into shooting stars. However, it didn't collapse. It's useless. Behind me is the accumulation of the demon clan for millions of years. Although 99% of it has been scattered into the world to escape the wrath of heaven, the remaining bit is not something you can catch up to. Why would you be afraid of this sword? Furthermore, your emperor's sword is like an arrow at the end of its flight. The blind Taoist spoke as the starlight expanded. Pei Ziyun then commanded, It's like I'm here, suppress it. Another command token appeared. Spiritual light surged, and following Pei Ziyun's words, it suppressed everything. What's the use of mere suppression? The blind Taoist laughed coldly as he slowly raised his hand. Indistinctly, the shadow of a three-headed, three-eyed giant appeared, Infinite Demon King. Boom! In a thousandth of a second, the blood mist in the outside world was extracted and rapidly reduced. It attacked the space with a dense resentment that couldn't be dispelled. There seemed to be the sound of glass shattering in the air. The blood mist gathered into a pure purple color and fell heavily. You're finished. Die. Pei Ziyun's expression froze as his pupils dilated. Not good, looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card. The Imperial Edict states, the evildoer has brought chaos to the Imperial Court. He is specially bestowed with purple to suppress the evildoer and to clean up the disobedient subjects. As Pei Ziyun spoke, a stream of dragon chi flew out from his robes. It had a green body and purple eyes, and looked like a miniature dragon. Hong! With a heavy sound, the true dragon descended, colliding with the blood-purple energy. Terrifying flames erupted from both of them. Be it the statues or the demon generals, they instinctively scattered. Those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly blown to pieces. The blind Taoist retreated a few steps. His eyes were wide open, as blood flowed out of his orifices. He stared at the dragon whose scales had been blown off, and at Pei Ziyun. His face fell. No, how could the Emperor of Su Dynasty believe you? Why would he issue a decree to mobilize the dragon? This is shaking the foundation of the great Su Dynasty, if you have ulterior motives. The blind Taoist was about to speak when he was interrupted by Pei Ziyun. If you hadn't used your demonic chi to do so many strange things, why would the Emperor have no choice but to believe me? Do you think I'm a bold fool? You've plotted against me so many times, how could I not prepare for a rainy day? You've transformed into a demon, hidden in the shadows, you've transformed into a demon. I've known about all of this. I've been waiting patiently for this day, all for you, and to take you down in one fell swoop. This decree was meant to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which was to die. Why didn't you use it right from the start and destroy the Mirage world? This decree is to mobilize the true dragon. How could I be so reckless? Just once was already a blessing from the heavens, but it's more than enough to kill you. Pei Ziyun then spoke. Blind Taoist, please offer me your primordial spirit, and accept your death. At this point, the blind Taoist's mind was filled with thoughts of the past. He finally understood what was wrong. Before he could think further, he heard a shout, "Die!" The true dragon that was floating in midair let out a roar. The blind Taoist then shouted out in anger, "Boundless Demon King!" This time, the tide-like blood-purple aura even turned black. Transparent ripples appeared on it, and a giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes seemed to be slowly appearing in the void. Descend, the true form of the Demon King, descend. Use me as a sacrifice, destroy the enemy, and take over this space. The blind Taoist opened his arms wide, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't care at all. As long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter if his physical body didn't exist. As the giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes appeared, dark clouds started to gather in the darkness outside. The lightning became denser and denser, as though it was a heavenly tribulation. Do you wish to perish together with me, or take over this space, or simply destroy it? Pei Ziyun immediately understood the blind Taoist's intentions. He opened his eyes and laughed coldly. You wish. The proud dragon repents. Following Pei Ziyun's angry roar, the true dragon's roar shook the dark clouds. However, under the control of the true dragon, it had no choice but to descend. This was the beginning of the true dragon's downfall. Boom! The true dragon descended, and smashed into the giant with 3 faces and 3 eyes. It exploded into a blinding light, as though it was a miniature sun. Even the space around it collapsed, and a huge crater appeared. Ripples spread out in all directions. The lightning was extinguished, and the entire space was a mess. The giant with 3 eyes and 3 faces had disappeared, and the true dragon was nowhere to be seen. The blind Taoist stood rooted to the ground, as he struggled to speak. How dare you make the true dragon self-destruct? Do you know that just this one action caused the Imperial Qi to hate you? As long as I kill you, so what if the Imperial Qi hates me? Pei Ziyun's expression was calm as he spoke. How much of my success was due to the Imperial Court? I can't say much else, but I understand the Imperial Court too well. The closer I get to a true immortal, the more the Imperial Court tolerates me. That's not all. The heavenly will of this land is the same. Since you know that, why? The blind Taoist's face was already filled with cracks, like a spider web, as he struggled to speak. Why don't you just let them live? Hey, if that's the case, how can I improve? Pei Ziyan shook his head and sighed. All right, it's time for you to go. But you can't restrain me. As soon as these words were spoken, the blind Taoist's body crumbled apart. The demon general who was still struggling was petrified. Only a ray of blood could be seen, as it transformed into the blind Taoist's primordial spirit. Many faces could be seen within the primordial spirit, as they screamed in agony. One of the faces looked extremely ferocious. The imperial chi can kill me, but it can't destroy me completely. I will reform myself. As he spoke, the space around him couldn't hold him any longer, and he was about to escape. No, it's gone. At this point, a plum blossom appeared. When this plum blossom first appeared, it was the same size as a real plum blossom. In the blink of an eye, it grew bigger and started glowing brightly. As soon as the light shone on them, many faces started burning. The face in the middle was terrified. Impossible, what is this? What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, the faces around him started disappearing. The biggest face suddenly thought of something. Could it be a treasure that can pierce through the heavens? The face spoke a name, but strangely, as soon as it spoke, there was no more sound. It was as if the name itself had been erased. All that could be heard were the screams of the face. No, you can't obtain it. It then screamed, I won't die, I have a backup plan. Before it could finish its sentence, the biggest face turned into a cloud of green smoke. As all the other faces disappeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a bright light appeared. This light was extremely pure. An altar was slowly operating, and the stars shot out rays of light, connecting with the other stars, forming a constellation that was made up of 10 or so stars. This constellation was actually continuously expanding, and a nebula could be vaguely seen outside. One could see that the rays of light from the stars were connected to each other. In the middle of the constellation, there was a giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes, struggling and roaring. This was the first time the plum blossom had revealed its merciless side. First, the rays of light started to disintegrate. As soon as the rays of light broke apart, the entire constellation disintegrated, leaving behind only 10 stars. No. A voice rang out. In the next moment, the giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, as he unleashed all sorts of divine abilities. However, no matter what divine ability he used, before it could be used, it disappeared. The giant is disintegrating. His outer shell, his bones, and his soul were all disintegrating. Soon after, Pei Ziyun felt countless memories surging into his mind. Boom! Pei Ziyun fell into a coma. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like a long time. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a translucent information interface, which floated in front of his eyes. Mission: kill the blind Taoist, Demon King, and obtain the authority to control the dragon veins. Obtain more coordinates to the Demon Kingdom. Completed. Pei Ziyun looked at the system and thought to himself, destroying the dragon veins was also part of the demon race's plan. Xie Dong, King Lu, they were all pawns. Unbelievable. However, the important information has been erased. The plum blossom, there's no information at all. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, the plum blossom vibrated, as though it was urging him to complete the mission. He then saw the information interface change. The void constellation chart has been completed. The path home has been opened. Reward. Mission: kill King Lu and take over the reincarnation platform. Boom! A loud sound could be heard as the plum blossom flashed. The entire space trembled, and the crumbling walls started to repair themselves. Soon after, the plum blossom flashed again, and all the statues started to change. They broke into pieces and turned into stone statues. Demonic chi was sucked out of the statues, and spiritual energy started to surge. Mirage, inner barricade. Colonel Chen led his troops to attack the demonic beast. The blade in his hand was already chipped several times, as he defended the tent with all his might. "Your Excellency, we can't hold on any longer. Our brothers outside have all died." A bodyguard was covered in blood as he shouted out. Colonel Chen had just killed a demonic beast with a single slash. Blood splattered all over his face as he wiped the blood off his face. He then looked around and saw that there were only about 100 men left. His face fell. "We have to hold on until the true sovereign wakes up. Only then will we have hope." "Your Excellency, Colonel," the bodyguard cried out as he cried out. Li Jingyuan then shouted out in anger, "Colonel Chen, there's still a barrel of gunpowder. Kill all the demonic beasts that are surrounding us." "General, I'll go," the bodyguard shouted out as he grabbed the torch and threw himself at the barrel of gunpowder. "Your Excellency, Colonel, you have to retreat." Colonel Chen's face was ashen, and he didn't want to continue fighting. His eyes were bloodshot. "Retreat! Your Excellency, Colonel, goodbye." The bodyguard closed his eyes as he spoke. He then took out the torch and pointed it at the demonic beast. Colonel Chen had already retreated 10 meters. Boom! The gunpowder exploded, and dozens of bodyguards and the bodyguard were blasted into pieces. Chapter 463. Commandant Chen saw how loyal he was and retreated to the last hill. He then commanded his soldiers, "Hold your ground, don't retreat. If we're going to die, we're going to die together." At this point, the ground was littered with corpses. Soldiers and demonic beasts lay together as fresh blood flowed like a river. Within a short period of time, more than 10 soldiers had been killed. No. Commandant Chen's face was flushed red as he slashed a soldier to death. However, his arm was sliced open and fresh blood flowed out. Several of his soldiers were injured as well. Li Jingyuan's voice was trembling as he shouted, "Commandant, retreat quickly. The restrictive spell has been activated and should be able to hold on for some time. The enemy is strong and you can't stop them." Commandant Chen's eyes were filled with tears as he turned around and retreated. Outside, several screams could be heard as they were all killed. A strong wind started to blow, as dark clouds started to gather. The entire hill was covered in a dark and gloomy atmosphere. King Lu looked around and noticed that all the demonic beasts had been killed. Even his own 2,000 soldiers had been killed, and 500 of them had been killed. However, the enemy had lost 3,000 soldiers, and now only 100 remained. King Lu heaved a sigh of relief as he watched from afar. "What a good soldier, brave warrior. Give the order for the entire army to press forward. The enemy has no more trump cards. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." To a true soldier and politician, the more loyal, brave, and compassionate the enemy was, the faster they wanted to kill them. As he spoke, his killing intent was overflowing. King Lu's soldiers remained silent as they pressed forward. Their coordination was tight, and they were clad in armor as they slowly approached the enemy's last stronghold. Boom! There were only a dozen Taoists and less than 100 soldiers left. Almost all the bailiffs had been killed. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light, as a shield of light appeared. King Lu laughed, "Continue to attack. How long can a mere restrictive spell hold us back?" Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the rumbling of thunder. Startled, he raised his head to look, only to see the dusky sky suddenly sprinkled with light. Not good, the demonic realm was collapsing. Li Cheng is dead? King Lu was shocked. If the demonic realm had simply dissipated, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, he was still in the capital city of Jin Prefecture. Now that the demonic realm was disappearing, he had to return. Let's end this battle quickly. There's only an hour left before this world collapses. Kill them all. King Lu's face was ashen as he commanded, "Whoever dares to retreat shall be killed without mercy." Kill! The demon army pounced forward, their swords and sabers striking the defensive array formation. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. One of the Dao officials could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The restrictive spell immediately loosened. Not good, we can't hold on any longer. The remaining Daoist officials all spat out a mouthful of blood. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered and Li Jingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Shaowei raised his blade. My sons, follow me and kill. It's time to die for our country. Kill. The first thing the devil general did was not to kill the officer but to stab towards Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan felt powerless and could not dodge as the sword Qi was right in front of him. I didn't think I would die here. I tried my best, but I still failed. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Li Jingyuan shouted and wanted to resist, but he suffered a backlash. His body went limp and fell to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Just at this time, an angry shout suddenly rang out, "Thunder!" Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. Without saying a word, a crackling sound could be heard as the electricity spread out in all directions. Pu. The guards around him were paralyzed. Following that, Pei Ziyun took a step forward and swung his halberd, cutting the guards in half. Blood sprayed out from their mouths as well. It seems like he's gotten stronger. Li Jingyuan felt this and shouted out loud. Another 10 guards pounced forward, their swords and sabers stabbing towards Pei Ziyun. Your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Pei Ziyun did not even bother to dodge. All he could see was the swords and sabers landing on him. Sparks flew everywhere. His skin was as hard as steel, and did not even break his skin. It's my turn. Pei Ziyun did not even need to use any technique. With a twist of his halberd, a red light flashed past. Pu. Another 10 guards were sliced in half. Pei Ziyun then walked down the hill. Shoot! The guards at the bottom of the hill saw that something was amiss and gave the order. Although it wasn't 100,000 arrows, hundreds of godly archers shot their arrows at the same time. Pu. The arrows hit Pei Ziyun like a porcupine. However, a series of clanging sounds could be heard as the arrows fell to the ground. The steel tips of the arrows seemed to be bent. Impossible, he's not even human. In theory, Li Jingyuan should have been overjoyed. However, seeing this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even though King Lu's personal guards hadn't transformed into demons, they were still the cream of the country's crop of elites. Even a godly archer's arrows couldn't penetrate their bodies. Li Jingyuan was filled with a sense of dread. This was the feeling of his home being destroyed. Kill. Someone didn't believe it and raised his long spear and pounced forward. His spear transformed into many shadows as it pierced towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun didn't give way either. A series of metal clanging sounds could be heard as the shadows of the spear struck his body 7 times. Sparks flew everywhere. Although this person was possessed by a demonic spirit, he couldn't help but feel fear as he retreated quickly. Soon after, the halberd flashed, and in mid-air, the person was split into 2. A part of the demonic spirit tried to escape, but it flashed and disappeared. Pei Ziyun walked past the corpses and advanced at a steady pace. Everyone who tried to stop him died on the spot. He only had 3 moves. First was his steel body. Although it wasn't completely unscathed, even if it was a demon general, it would only be a few scratches on the skin. Next was his lightning. Compared to before, the power of the lightning was much stronger, and the area of effect was much wider as well. With a single move, everything within a few feet was frozen solid. The halberd was a lethal weapon. No matter who it would slice through the waist. Pei Ziyun's steps weren't fast, but as he walked down the hill, his personal guards fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, 200 to 300 of them had died. At this point, they were still several tens of feet away from King Lu. The soldiers were all prepared for battle. However, looking at their faces, it was clear that even though they had transformed, they were still afraid. How can there be such a monster in this world? King Lu was wise and decisive. He mumbled to himself before turning his horse around, retreat, retreat back to the reincarnation platform. This small space was less than 5 kilometers wide. It was just that it was shrouded by the blood mist and couldn't be seen clearly. At this point, he turned around and led his troops back. It didn't even take him a minute to return. Seeing King Lu's decisiveness, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but be taken aback. He was secretly impressed as he chased after King Lu. The rest of the Imperial Guards didn't care about their own safety as they charged forward. Even though they knew that it was futile, they still used all sorts of weapons to attack King Lu. Seeing that King Lu had retreated, Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed a long spear and pierced it towards King Lu. The long spear pierced through the air and was about to land on King Lu. Several guards rushed out and blocked the spear in mid-air. A piu-piu sound could be heard as the spear pierced through 3 guards before it fell to the ground. "I shall wait for you." King Lu turned around and stepped onto the reincarnation platform. In the next moment, the reincarnation platform disappeared. Following that, a thunderous sound could be heard as everything became clear. "True sovereign, this is?" Looking around, Pei Ziyun realized that he was still in Dong Yuan Mountain. He could clearly see the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. At this point, a misty spring rain was falling. On the hillside, all the trees had withered and died. A gust of wind blew past, causing clothes to flutter about. The entire hillside was littered with corpses. There were only the corpses of his soldiers and beasts. The corpses of the personal guards disappeared like a shadow, disappearing without a trace. Chen Xiaowei couldn't believe his eyes as he took a step forward. The result was that he fell into the muddy water. "No, am I dreaming? But so many of my brothers have died." As he mumbled to himself, he heard a loud slap on his face. Li Jingyuan's official rank was very low. However, since he had received the imperial edict, he was considered half an imperial envoy. At this point, he slapped Pei Ziyun. "What are you crying for? Immediately send someone to inform the county. Ask the county magistrate to mobilize the workers to treat the injured and bury the dead." Li Jingyuan then bowed to Pei Ziyun. "True sovereign, please give me your instructions." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he didn't speak for some time. He then looked at the mess on the ground before looking at Li Jingyuan. "You've done a good job. We shall do as you say. However, the rain is still a little chilly. Clear out the tents and food. We have to hide for a while and recuperate." Yes. Originally, it was a huge camp for 3,000 men. There were hundreds of tents. Although many had been lost during the battle, it was easy to find tents that were still intact. Furthermore, there was no shortage of food. Originally, there was enough food for 3,000 men. Even if they were to throw away the bloodied tents, there was still enough food for over 1,000 men. There was no shortage of tents and food. Before long, they had set up camp about 2 kilometers away from the corpses. Regardless of whether they were injured or uninjured, they were able to rest for a while. Although it was raining, there was still some oil left in the camp. This way they could start a fire. Once the fire was big enough, even the wet wood could be used. Before long, they had started a bonfire. The fire crackled and crackled, and the meat that was being cooked in a pot emitted a fragrance that made one drool. Pei Ziyun looked at the rain and sighed. He then spoke to Li Jingyuan. "Today's incident was a huge loss for us. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, why did King Lu appear after so many years? Also, the matter with the demon race is very important as well. We have to report this to the higher-up. When the county magistrate arrives, I shall report this to the higher-ups. I shall bear all the responsibilities that I have to bear." When Li Jingyuan heard these words, he thought back to the day when he had led over 100 Dao officials to follow Pei Ziyun. In the end, He had suffered heavy losses, and was left with only 10 men. He was on the verge of tears as he forced himself to speak. King Lu was in cahoots with the demons, and had destroyed the empire. True sovereign, you were the one who killed him. This is a great merit. How can I be held accountable? As for dying in battle, that is the duty of a soldier. As he spoke up to this point, he choked and didn't continue speaking. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and didn't speak further. He then took out a bowl of meat soup and drank it. He then muttered under his breath, "System." A plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It then turned into a semi-transparent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as data appeared before his eyes. Earth Immortal, Level 6, 5. 9%. It's a pity that once this realm was broken, I fell back to my true strength. I'm only at the 5th or 6th level of the Earth Immortal realm. Now that I've completed the spiritual platform irrigation and the spring thunder baptism, I'm only a step away from the 7th or 8th level. In reality, it's impossible for me to be as strong as the Mirage realm. Furthermore, I can't last for long. Even so, I have a body of steel. What would the imperial court think of me? Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun looked at Li Jingyuan and laughed. Chapter 464. Zhang Yunke took the military report and rushed to the palace to present it to Emperor Qi Tai. Emperor Qi Tai received him and gestured, "Open it and read it." Zhang Yunke opened the report and read, "Minister Jian Songyun reports a great victory for your majesty." He paused for a moment and glanced at the Qi Tai emperor. Then, he began to recite in a clear voice, describing how he arrived in Hu province, transferred troops to the frontline counties, and deployed troops to defeat the enemy. Your Majesty is a saint, and the heavens have blessed me. King Lu has gone against the rules and massacred the entire city. He has lost the hearts of the people, and the counties along the way have surrendered. There's no need to read the rest. As Emperor Qi Tai spoke, he noticed that Zhang Yun was taken aback. He then laughed. Not only Jian Songyun, Li Pan from Chu Prefecture and Huang Yuanjin from Northern Plains Prefecture have also reported their victories. Some of them haven't arrived yet, but in a few days they should be here. AI. King Lu's power has crumbled. I don't know what to do. My father only has 3 sons. Back in the day we were brothers. At this point, Emperor Qi Tai swallowed his saliva. Let's not talk about this. I summoned you here not for this, but to discuss about true sovereign. Pei. True sovereign? Zhang Yunke hesitated. Emperor Qi Tai looked at Zhang Yunke and said, "Men, let the Prime Minister take a seat and hand him the report." Zhang Yunke thanked him and sat down. He then opened the report and saw that it was a report from Pei Ziyun. The gist of the report was that although they had killed the leader of the enemy, only 100 of the original 3,000 remained. They were asking for forgiveness and didn't mention anything about the overall situation. When Zhang Yunke first read it, he was impressed by Pei Ziyun's intelligence. As he continued reading, he felt a chill down his spine. This man's heart is as dangerous as a mountain. Zhang Yunke was the prime minister and understood the situation very well. The fact that they were able to win this battle so quickly was indeed due to Pei Ziyun's merits. However, Pei Ziyun was a Taoist. Even if he were a grand scholar, he would not be rewarded. The process was like this. First, he would be rewarded heavily. Then, according to the emperor's feelings for him, he would be rewarded for his actions. Half of it depended on the reaction of the person involved. Some people might say that this was the time to defile oneself, but this was actually a road to death. If one were to defile oneself, it would have no effect if it was a small one, but if it was a big one, the emperor or the court officials would be overjoyed. If a prince broke the law, he would be punished the same as a commoner. Kill, kill, kill. Hence, it had to be a public scandal. What exactly was a public scandal? It was written on Pei Ziyun's memorial. Firstly, he had to encircle and annihilate the traitors. This was a righteous act, and no one could find fault with it. After that, although the matter was settled and the enemy's leader was killed, the losses were great, and they had to apologize to the imperial court. It was impossible to do things perfectly. If even this was harsh, then all the officials in the world would not do things. Therefore, this memorial had paved the way for the imperial court and him. Even the Prime Minister had witnessed his ability to play mind games. Another rumble of thunder could be heard. It wasn't loud, but it was very close. Zhang Yunke frowned and thought for a while. He then sighed and said, "True sovereign Pei Qian is a loyal ruler. It's just that he pursued the enemy too fiercely, which resulted in him falling into an ambush. The losses were great. Since he's asking for forgiveness, there's no need to punish him. He can be rewarded with land and allowed to return home." Emperor Qi Tai listened attentively as he pondered. He then bit his lips and said, "In the past, I felt that my father the emperor was too harsh. But when I reached this position, I understood the difficulties. Sometimes, it's hard to satisfy both sides." These words were without rhyme or reason. Zhang Yunke's heart sank, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. He was depressed because he knew that Pei Ziyun had done a great deed. He was overjoyed because the emperor's suspicions were obvious. Zhang Yunke's eyes gleamed. Just as he was about to speak, Emperor Qi Tai slowly stood up and said, "Take a look at this memorial. There's a secret memorial from Pei Ziyun, and an urgent letter from the Taoist Records Department." Zhang Yunke paused as he picked it up and read it. The minute he saw it, he wanted to curse out loud. Preposterous! However, he managed to control himself. When he took a closer look, his heart sank. After a long time, he finally regained his composure and frowned. "This matter is hard for me to believe. King Lu was in Jin Prefecture. Why would he suddenly bring his troops to Dongyuan Mountain? That's a distance of 700 miles. Zhang Yunke paused before he continued. "Furthermore, there's a note stating that the corpses have disappeared. This means that there's no evidence. As for the demons, that's even more ridiculous. However, with so many secret memorials, I don't think that they would dare to join forces to deceive the emperor. Besides, the loss of 3,000 men proves that they've met a formidable enemy. This official doesn't dare to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Can we delay this matter for a few days, and let the imperial court investigate this matter thoroughly before we make a reply? This is my intention as well. I don't dare to believe it, but I don't dare to not believe it." Emperor Qi Tai spoke expressionlessly. "You're the Prime Minister. This matter has to be reported to you. Go, on behalf of the imperial court, investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes." Seeing that Zhang Yunke had left, the emperor turned around and looked at someone. "How's the matter regarding the Tao sect?" Eunuch Huang bowed. "Your servant has already sent a letter, using the matter regarding the demons as an excuse to gather everyone. Nobody can refuse." Emperor Qi Tai nodded his head and didn't speak further. Yingling Temple, the mountain range, was filled with mountains and forests. The temple was built with the back of the mountain and the face of the water. At this point, the peak of the mountain was shrouded in mist. A Taoist was breathing heavily as he inhaled and exhaled. The wind blew past, causing the Taoist's robes to flutter. He looked like he was in his 20s, but had a few strands of white hair. At this point, a Taoist hurried up to the peak of the mountain. He held a letter in his hands and looked at the Taoist cultivating. After some time, he stopped moving. The Taoist then stepped forward and whispered, "Sect leader, there's a secret message from the Tao Records Department. We're Taoists. We shouldn't be so close to the imperial court." The sect leader had a look of disgust on his face as he wiped his hands with a towel and was about to leave. The Taoist hurriedly said, "Sect leader, it's regarding true sovereign Pei. It's said that it's related to King Lu as well." Hearing these words, the sect leader's face fell as he turned around to look at the Taoist. The Taoist knew that the sect leader was moved and hurriedly handed the letter over. He tore the letter open and read it. After a few glances, he said, "What? Steel body? Demon army? That's unbelievable." After pausing for some time, the Taoist then said, "Looks like I have to make a trip to the capital city. Send 20 disciples to follow me into the capital city." "Yes, sect leader," the Taoist who followed him acknowledged. Similar things had happened in different Taoist sects as well. Some hesitated, some responded to the sect leader's summons, and some even tried to find out what was going on. Fairy Palace. The Fairy Palace had a long history. It was built by the previous dynasty and had been preserved to this day. It was a place of worship and worship. Between the cracks of the green bricks, there were green moss and water droplets that looked like pearls. As they walked in, they saw that the ground was paved with green stones. Grass grew on both sides of the path, and the entire place was filled with life. On the green stone path, 10 Taoists were strolling leisurely as they admired the spring scenery. When the wind blew past, a chill could be felt. However, these Taoists didn't seem to mind. Their faces were flushed red as they chatted. From time to time, laughter could be heard. When the spring thunder booms, the flowers bloom and bear fruit. How wonderful! The Tao is within. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe said as he shook his head. The sect leader of Level Sky sect was the exact opposite. He laughed coldly as he reached out and plucked a branch off a flower. "Fellow Taoist brothers, let's not waste our time. We don't have time to waste. True Sovereign Pei is extremely talented. He's only 20+ years old and has already become an Earth immortal. He's even passed the tribulations. How terrifying! If we let him be, he'll be the next Tao monarch. What do all of you think?" The sect leader of Xian Fa sect immediately followed up. His tone was icy cold. "Not only that, there's also news that not only did Pei Ziyun pass the tribulations, he's even about to attain the indestructible Vajra body. How envious! We're all young and can't become an Earth immortal. But how can Free Cloud sect raise an Earth immortal? It's unbelievable. What do all of you think?" As the sect leader spoke, his eyes were filled with jealousy. However, his words were like a cat's paw scratching at the hearts of the Taoists. The Taoists who were originally together quietened down. It was extremely difficult to become an Earth immortal. Everyone present was extremely talented and talented. They didn't care about the riches of the world, they only wanted to become an Earth immortal. However, none of them could overcome this hurdle. This had nothing to do with talent. Free Cloud sect has an Earth immortal. How can it still be considered a small sect? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the #1 sect in the South. Amidst the silence, the sect leader of Donghua sect laughed out before changing the topic. The sect leader of Xian Fa sect's indestructible Vajra body is just a rumor. It's not the truth. It's just that it's not true. The Taoist officials of the imperial court are despicable and despicable. They might be intentionally hiding the truth and provoking conflict between us. However, our sect has been passed down for a long time. How could these dogs of the imperial court know of it? Everyone stopped in their tracks and didn't speak for a moment. At this point, they were standing in front of a tree. Spring was coming, and the branches were hanging down. The flowers were emitting a refreshing fragrance. Everyone was admiring it. After a long time, the sect leader of Ping Tian sect spoke. However, the fact that the sect leader of Ping Tian sect has such a performance means that he's very close to becoming an Earth immortal. Seeing that everyone was silent, he raised his voice. Back then, when the Tao monarch rose, paradise was upgraded. There were even a handful of Earth immortals. Everyone was envious of him. However, after that, the Tao monarch fell into a deep slumber. The heavens and earth treated us Taoists more and more harshly. This person is extremely talented. However, it's not a blessing for Taoist sect. That's right. The Tao monarch fell, and our Taoist sect fell into a deep slump. Now, we really can't afford to have another Tao monarch. The sect leader of Xian Fa sect spoke before repeating, "We can't afford to have another Tao monarch." The sect leader of the Donghua sect revealed a look of sarcasm before disappearing in a flash. From afar, a young eunuch led a red-robed eunuch over. All the Taoists stopped talking and didn't speak any further. The fairy palace wasn't very big. However, the corridors were winding and winding. They went around a fake mountain and a pond, as well as a pine forest. The young eunuch supported the red-robed eunuch and spoke in a low voice. "I have something to report." Eunuch Huang spoke. The young eunuch retrieved a book from his sleeves and handed it over. "Godfather, 24 sect leaders have arrived. There are more than 100 Taoists gathered." Seeing that Eunuch Huang was reading the book, the young eunuch stepped forward and reported, "Godfather, true Lord Pei isn't a Taoist?" Looking at these sect leaders, some of them seemed to want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Why is that? Humph. Eunuch Huang snorted coldly. "If you weren't my nephew and didn't acknowledge me as your father, I wouldn't have given you any guidance. We're both eunuchs. Are you willing to see little Ping Zi climb higher than you and climb on top of your head?" No. The young eunuch seemed to have understood something. Taoists are humans after all. In fact, the Taoists are much better than I expected. Eunuch Huang patted the document in his hands. Only 40% of the Taoists want to kill Pei Ziyun when he's down. Compared to some civil officials, the Taoists are considered to be rather decent. As he spoke, the group of Taoists approached without speaking. More than 20 Taoists knelt down and said, "We pay our respects to Eunuch Huang. Please rise. Everyone here is a true lord. I dare not accept such an honor." Eunuch Huang's face was full of smiles as he spoke in a shrill voice. "Everyone here has accepted the imperial edict to enter the capital city at night. This shows that you are truly loyal to the emperor. I believe that in these few days all of you will reap some benefit." Chapter 465. Jin Prefecture City. As the rain started to fall, a scream could be heard from within the palace. The wild goose lowered its head and saw soldiers surrounding it. The smell of blood filled the air as it tried to escape. That's impossible." An imperial guard rushed to the door and asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Before long, King Lu's voice could be heard. Although the imperial guard was suspicious, he retreated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Within the room, King Lu's upper body was bare, and his hair was disheveled. He looked at the bronze mirror and had a look of fear on his face. He touched his forehead and noticed that there was a horn on his forehead. There were runes on it, and it was glowing. "How did I become like this?" King Lu's face contorted in disbelief. "Li Cheng can maintain his human form, but why can't I? Why am I like this?" King Lu spoke softly, unable to accept what had happened. He opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were filled with ferocity. "I haven't accomplished anything yet. How can I face people like this? Wouldn't that be telling the world that I'm a demon, that I'm despised by the world, that I'm the enemy of the world? Li Cheng, you dare to frame me? You want to place me in a dangerous situation?" King Lu stood in front of the mirror and mumbled to himself, trying to calm himself down. The world disappeared and King Lu realized that he had woken up. He wasn't surprised, but was instead elated. Although he had massacred an entire city and his reputation was in tatters, he was now the demon emperor. All sorts of miraculous techniques flowed through his mind. As long as he could turn his army into a demon, so what if his reputation was in tatters? The emperor had to have strong soldiers and horses. But after a nap, he had grown a horn, and there was even a faintly discernible eye between his eyebrows. This was completely different. This was a demon. Who would be willing to be a demon? This would incite the greatest rebellion. Be it the commoners or the officials, they would never accept a demon. As he thought of this, he looked at himself in the mirror and clenched his fists. His fingernails turned sharp and cold. Li Cheng, are you going to force me into a corner? The rain was getting heavier as it hit the window. All of a sudden, a thunderous rumble could be heard. Boom! King Lu's body trembled as he felt a chill run down his spine. He then looked up and saw that the entire sky was covered by dark clouds. The cracks in the clouds were bright, and from time to time, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. With the wind and thunder around the corner, I should be in awe, but what I fear is not this. King Lu's senses were much sharper now that he was in his demonic form. He could feel the hostility in the air, as though it was like maggots in his bones. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching his entire back. I've been rejected by heaven's will? When I was born, I was blessed with a green aura that hung from the hood of a chariot. I was not destined to be a subject. With this life providence, even if there is heaven's wrath, it won't immediately befall me. However, how much longer can I endure the heart of heaven's hatred? Pei Ziyun, Li Cheng, you can kill them all. King Lu trembled as his face contorted. The image of a three-faced giant appeared within the mirror. King Lu took a step back before he unsheathed his sword and sliced the mirror into two. He then shouted out, "Why? Why am I not the crown prince? Why am I like this just because I'm a few days late? Heavens, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Since that's the case, I'll use the human race as a sacrifice to turn all living creatures into demons and bring chaos to this world." Ha ha! King Lu's maniacal voice rang out in all directions. As his voice echoed out, the eyes of the Imperial Guards started to turn red, as though they were filled with blood. Ping Shou County. The sky was nearing dusk as the boat sailed along the river. However, the rain continued to fall, and the speed of the boat wasn't very fast. Yu Yunjun saw that the county was right in front of her eyes, and that the elders were already prepared. She then retrieved a flask of wine and entered the cabin. She then saw Pei Ziyun dressed in casual clothes, and writing under the light of the lantern. She then laughed. "We're almost home, what are you writing now? Come, I've brought you a flask of wine." "Master, I'm writing a Tao manual. These few years I've gained quite a lot of knowledge. I want to organize them and create a complete path for Free Cloud Sect." Pei Ziyun was so focused on writing that he didn't notice Yu Yunjun enter. When he heard her question, he put down his brush and smiled before receiving the flask of wine. He then poured himself a cup and smiled. "This wine is not bad. Master loves me too much." Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, Yu Yunjun laughed. "I know you love good wine, and so I prepared it for you." She then paused for some time before asking, "Did something happen to the imperial court? Why does Master ask me this?" Pei Ziyun asked. Yu Yunjun nodded her head. "King Lu hasn't even been dealt with, and you've returned just like that. I feel uneasy. Did something happen?" "Master, you're worrying too much. I have two reasons for this." Seeing that Yu Yunjun was confused, Pei Ziyun laughed. "Firstly, the entire imperial court thinks that King Lu is finished. They can't wait for me to not interfere. If I wanted to interfere, that would be fine. However, I'm a Taoist. If I were to compete with them, not only would I offend a large number of people, I would also incur the hatred of the imperial court. Furthermore, I'm a true sovereign, and have no titles or rewards. Since that's the case, why should I continue to do so? That's why I used the excuse of losing 3,000 men to beg for forgiveness and return home. Indeed, the imperial court approved of my request and rewarded me with gold and silver." When Yu Yunjun heard this, she noticed that Pei Ziyun had a faint smile on his face. She felt that something was amiss and asked, "What you've said makes sense. However, I feel that this isn't the only thing you're thinking about. Would you back down so easily? I don't believe it." "Ha ha!" Pei Ziyun laughed. Master, you understand me well. That's right, it's not just this. As he spoke, he stood up and paced around the cabin of the ship. He didn't speak for a long time before sighing. Have you ever heard of the saying that an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a jade ring becomes a crime? Possessing a jade ring is a crime. What's more, possessing the power to threaten the imperial court. When I became an Earth immortal, it was already difficult for me to tolerate it. Now that I've passed the tribulations, I've exceeded the limits of the imperial court's tolerance. I'm afraid my honeymoon with the imperial court has come to an end. As he spoke, he recalled all those years ago, before the crown prince ascended to the throne. He then sat down once more, his eyes gleaming with melancholy as he stared into the rainy night. He then said, "Strong winds test the strength of the grass, and the strength of the officials is revealed. But on the other hand, if the grass wants to show its strength, it needs strong winds. If the officials want to be put in an important position, the country will fall into chaos." When Yu Yunjun heard this, she hesitated. "Are you saying that the imperial court is going to make a move against us?" Pei Ziyun laughed as he stood up and walked towards the sand table. He then pointed at it and said, "No, I'm going to use the same tactic I used against Count Zhongqin to deal with the imperial court." King Lu is at the end of his rope? If he were a mortal, that would indeed be the case. After such a defeat, the morale of his troops would crumble. No matter how capable he is, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. But now, he has become a demon emperor. Although it's not easy for a demon spirit to possess an army, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a few thousand more soldiers. King Lu is proficient in the art of war, and has such a powerful army. How can it be easy to defeat him? Even if it's me, I have to think twice. Now that the imperial court wants to pluck the peaches, the officials want to pluck the peaches, and even the Taoist sects want to pluck the peaches, I'll let them have their way. Let's see if they bite down on the peaches, or if they break their teeth. Pei Ziyun gritted his teeth as he laughed. To put it bluntly, I'm running out of time. What I need isn't to defeat King Lu immediately, but to buy some time. King Lu has cut himself off from the world. He's cut himself off from his ancestors, and from the will of the heavens. However, the centipede is still alive, and has the strength of the demons. It won't be easy to defeat him in a short period of time. Pei Ziyun spoke slowly and clearly, his tone was icy cold. I'm not trying to take the peaches. Even if I were to kill King Lu, what rewards would I get? I just want to buy a few years of time, so that the imperial court and the Taoist sects can deal with King Lu. Only then will I realize that I'm no longer able to control him. Since you want me to retreat, it's going to be difficult for me to take over again. This time, it won't be like the last time, where I can act as I please. This discussion was extremely enlightening to Yu Yunjun. She didn't expect that these few steps would have such a deep meaning. It's just that if this were to happen, the situation in the north would become chaotic once again. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but stopped herself. She then sighed, "It's a pity for the citizens. There's nothing we can do about it." Pei Ziyun's voice was calm as he looked out the window. So many heroes and heroes can't bear to leave this country. That's why I'd rather know that it's disadvantageous to myself, and that it's unfair to myself, but I still have to give it my all. As for me, I'm just a cold-hearted Taoist. Yu Yunjun remained silent for a long time before she spoke. Demon race, what's going on here? It's like this, I'm afraid they're from outside this world. Pei Ziyun thought for some time before explaining everything in detail. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she sighed and looked worried. It's another chaotic world. How long has it been since the world was peaceful? This isn't our fault, Master. I've decided to arrange it this way. Pei Ziyun walked closer and whispered to her. At this point, someone shouted, "We've arrived at the pier." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Let's go ashore." Snail Village. When they returned home, the weather was perfect. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear. Smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys of the village. Before long, Fei Mansion was brightly lit. The moonlight shone through the door and illuminated the main hall. The welcoming banquet had ended. Pei Ziyun was in the inner hall talking to Pei Qianshi. Pei Qianshi held her son's hand and looked at him for a long time without speaking. "Your son has traveled 1,000 miles, and your mother worries about you. Your son is unfilial, and can't serve you. I'm sorry for making you worry," Pei Ziyun said in shame. "My son has grown up, and my ambition is to travel far and wide." Pei Qianshi paused before sighing. "When I heard that my son had returned this morning, I was happy and sad at the same time." "Why is that?" "The last time the magistrate came, he was very respectful to me. I know that my life and glory were all earned by my son's hard work. I'm happy and sad at the same time." "Ai, your mother only wishes for you to be safe and sound." Pei Ziyun looked at Pei Qianshi's silver hair and tightened his grip on her hand. He did not know how to respond and could only sigh. When he returned to the backyard, he saw that the pavilion was lit. There was a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks on the table. There was also a small wine jar. "Husband, senior brother, master." The two beauties stood up to greet him. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. It wasn't convenient to speak just now. "Since we're here, let's sit for a while." In the pavilion, they chatted for a while. When they parted ways, Yi Suer had mentioned that she had a set of clothes made, but had not taken it out yet. Chu Xia then asked about the situation. Liao Qingyi opened her eyes wide and was very interested. She pestered Pei Ziyun, Teacher. All right then, let's talk." Just now, Yi Suer and Chu Xia had talked a lot, while Liao Qingyi had talked a little less. Thinking about it, it was a form of compensation. When Pei Ziyun was telling the story to them, he noticed that they were very concerned about his safety. He could not help but be taken aback. He then blurted out, "It was said that when the thief king waved his hand, demonic energy would surge within the army." Liao Qingyi was mesmerized by the story, while Chu Xia was racking her brains on how to make the demonic energy surge within the army. "Husband," Yi Suer reminded him. She was the only calm and clear-headed listener. Pei Ziyun would occasionally stop to drink some tea to moisten his throat. He turned around and saw that Yi Suer was listening attentively. It seemed like she was worried too. Unknowingly, the moon was high up in the sky. It was late at night and the banquet was almost over. Chu Xia was actually very intelligent. She saw Pei Ziyun and Yi Suer looking at each other, and stretched lazily. She then walked out of the pavilion, picked up her own lamp, and led Liao Qingyi away. After walking a few steps, she turned into the shade of a tree and hid herself from the sight of the two of them. Tears welled up in her eyes. No matter what, the moon was full and she was full. "Chu Xia, you must be happy." Liao Qingyi looked up at her. In the pavilion, Pei Ziyun helped Yi Suer with her lamp. Chu Xia did not stop him, but watched as he did so. The two of them returned to the master bedroom. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to extinguish the lamp, she took it and hung it on the window. "Your husband has been away for too long, and has forgotten the customs of my hometown. When the moon is full, the lamp will not be extinguished, and 1,000 lanterns will shine upon you." "Husband, don't you have anything else to say to your wife?" Pei Ziyun brushed aside a strand of her hair and looked at her familiar and elegant face. "I have troubled you at home." "Yes, I heard mother's words just now. When husband is not home, your wife will be filial to you." Yi Suer raised her head and looked at him. Her voice became soft and almost inaudible, "But your wife misses you too." Her small hands wrapped around his waist, and he held her hands. He could not speak, and could only sigh heavily. Chapter 466. Haisu County. The houses were tall and sturdy, with flags fluttering in the wind. The roads were paved with bluestone, and the city walls were even taller. It was a safe place to live. "No, don't kill me!" At this point, a scream broke the silence. A young lady was running down the street, her hair was disheveled, as though she had seen a ghost. A cavalryman was chasing after her on horseback, holding a blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the cavalryman had sharp teeth and claws. He was no longer a human, but a demon. Very quickly, the cavalryman caught up to the young lady. The cavalryman didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. With a single slash, the young lady fell to the ground. The cavalryman seemed to be hungry, as he leapt down from his horse and pounced on the corpse. He then dug out the heart, which was still beating, and started biting into it. Fresh blood flowed down the bluestone tiles, as it started to gather. "Kill! Not good, it's a demon." This wasn't the first time this happened. Smoke rose up from several places in the county, as the flames danced. The people were panicking as the soldiers chased after them. From time to time they would chop someone down, as their faces were covered in fresh blood. "Bastard!" At this point, someone shouted out in anger. In a blink of an eye, he charged forward and elbowed the unprepared soldier. Pah! The sound of bones breaking could be heard as the soldier groaned and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he didn't die. His eyes flashed red as he reached out with his hand. "Let go." This soldier was an expert in martial arts, and thought that he would be able to kill the soldier. He didn't expect that he wouldn't die, and instead got caught. He struggled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, another soldier was pushed forward, and a pew sound could be heard as the blade pierced through him. The soldier groaned and died instantly. The soldier whose ribs had been broken laughed out as he reached out with his hand, and pulled out another heart. He then screamed out in pain. "Kill, kill, kill!" Within the county, King Lu's army transformed into demons and started massacring the entire city. Blood started to gather in the air, as the people in the city tried to escape. The soldiers stood guard at the gates, and killed anyone who tried to escape. At this point, blood flowed like a river. The crows in the sky smelled the blood and flew around, cawing loudly. Occasionally, a few black crows would dive down and peck at the corpses, before flying back up to the branches. Their red eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. "Sir, it's not good. The Emperor's army has turned into monsters and is massacring the city." Haisu County Yamen was located in the west of the city. On the screen wall, there was a silent retreat sign. There were 2 locust trees in front of the gate. Now that spring had arrived, there was a patch of shade. At this moment, a constable rushed in with several bailiffs, their faces filled with terror. The magistrate was deep in thought about how to supply the Lu army with rations when he woke up from his stupor. When he saw the constable in front of him, he frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord, the Emperor's army has turned into demons and is massacring the city." "Audacious! How dare you say that His Majesty's army has become monsters? You deserve to die." When the magistrate heard this, he jumped in fright and shouted angrily, "Men, arrest this traitor." The magistrate had heard of this rumor before, but thought that it was just a rumor. He was a commoner, and was only promoted by King Lu to be an official. He had always been loyal to the king, and even if the situation wasn't favorable, he would still be loyal. How could he believe such a rumor? Even before the magistrate could finish speaking, he heard screams of agony, as well as the roars of wild beasts. His body trembled as his face turned pale. He then looked around the building. All he could see was a raging inferno, and the sounds of killing filled the air. Tens of feet away, he could see a soldier covered in scales chopping down a man, before burying his head in food. "We're finished." The magistrate's legs turned to jelly as he fell to the ground. A pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing his pants to be wet. When the constable and bailiffs saw the magistrate in such a state, they gritted their teeth. "Let's go, let's fight to the death with these demons." These people rushed out, and within moments, screams could be heard. They were either killed or torn to shreds by the demon soldiers. They didn't stop there, and rushed towards the yamen. At this point, footsteps could be heard. A serving maid seemed to have heard the news, and went out to investigate. The magistrate recognized her, as she had just been bought not too long ago. She had a pretty face, and wanted to shout out, but couldn't. A demon soldier had already pounced on her. The serving maid screamed as she fell to the ground. The demon soldier didn't care about her as he pounced on her and bit down on her neck, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. The rest of the demon soldiers rushed in, and no matter who it was, they killed and ate them. The magistrate could even hear the familiar screams of his wife and daughter. His legs trembled as he shouted, "I am a sinner, I am a sinner. How could I allow demons to enter the city?" The screams weren't much, but after a while, there was no more sound. The magistrate's face was pale, and he didn't even have the courage to look at his wife and daughter. His face was filled with despair as he mumbled, "I am a sinner. I am a sinner. How could I allow demons to enter the city?" He paced back and forth for several steps, his eyes were blank. He then used a rope to tie himself to the top of the stairs, and placed it around his neck. He then kicked off the stool, and his body started twitching violently. After a while, there was no more sound, and he floated along with the wind. Blood chi and resentment swirled around him, as they transformed into blood chi which flowed towards King Lu's army. What an intoxicating smell! King Lu, who had just entered the city, spoke out softly as he stepped into the pool of blood. Eunuch Liao was by his side, and could hear King Lu mumbling, "I've only obtained half of the Demon King's authority. I'm half human and not a demon, neither human nor ghost. Furthermore, I can't force demons to possess my body. I can only feed on blood like this to attract the demons to form an army. Compared to humans, I'm getting more and more sinful by the day." Eunuch Liao lowered his eyes, as though he didn't see the tragedy that was unfolding before him. He then spoke, "But your Majesty is already the Demon King. Since you're not human, how can you talk about sin? Humans eat all kinds of beasts and plants. How can there be plants and beasts that come to take revenge? What kind of world is this?" Seeing King Lu's bitter smile, he then continued, "The last time we massacred the entire city, there were only 4,000 demons left. After this incident, I reckon that at least another 3,000 demons will possess their bodies. That's a total of 7,000 demons. That should be enough for us to fight." At this point, a lieutenant from the scout battalion urged his horse forward and dismounted. He then knelt down on one knee and bowed, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Army has arrived. They are led by the Imperial Envoy Ji Tsong-yun. They have a total of 40,000 soldiers, and it's possible that they have more reinforcement." The lieutenant from the scout battalion was still conscious, but his face was now covered with fur, as though he didn't see the massacre around him. Good timing. King Lu raised his head and revealed a cold smile. He then spoke to Eunuch Liao, "Officials are useless. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced. No matter what, I still have 20,000 soldiers. If I really wanted to attack, I would have surrounded them and killed them all in one fell swoop. But this Ji Tsong-yun only has 40,000 soldiers, and yet he's urging them to march forward. Not to mention the demon soldiers, just the fact that they're marching so far away is a huge taboo. It's been said that even the Taoists didn't have time to gather. They're really rushing to their death. Your Majesty, that's how the Imperial Army and the officials are. Previously, Pei Zi-yun had surrounded us to the point where we couldn't even breathe. But now that the peaches have ripened, they started to push Pei Zi-yun aside. Furthermore, they started to fight amongst themselves for credit, and didn't cooperate at all. All of them wanted to be the first to claim credit for themselves. Even without the demon soldiers, Your Majesty can still defeat them. You're right. Just look at how fast they've advanced. Even without the demon soldiers, I can still defeat them. King Lu spoke before shaking his head. However, my army is at the end of the road. Even if we can defeat one of them, we won't be able to defend against the other two. Taking turns to wear them down is also effective. Without the demon soldiers, I can only defeat 2 of them before I'm exhausted. After that, I'll be defeated by the 3rd. That's how these officials became famous. Who knows, in 1,000 years, I might even be able to become a general. As King Lu spoke up to this point, he couldn't help but laugh. He then raised his head and saw that the blood sacrifice was almost complete. In midair, a demonic dragon floated in midair, surrounded by a mist of blood. It swam back and forth, its eyes glowed red. My sons, follow me out of the city to hunt. As King Lu spoke, his voice traveled into the ears of every single demon soldier. The soldiers who had been slaughtering their way out of the city gathered around. At first, they were in small groups, but when they reached the city gates, there were more than 10,000 of them. At this point, the entire county was filled with rivers of blood. Limbs and corpses were strewn all over the place. Some wild dogs were sneakily tearing at the corpses, their eyes glowing red as they followed behind the demon soldiers. King Lu looked over and saw that at first there was some confusion. But soon after, they regrouped and regrouped. Their horses and foot soldiers were in perfect formation. Flags were flying everywhere as they gathered about a kilometer away from the city. The demon race has a strict hierarchy, but when used in an army, there are rules. The flags fluttered in the wind, as the stench of blood permeated the air. King Lu laughed out, "Good sons, follow me into battle." As he spoke, he whipped his horse and led his army out. At the same time, the flags on the plains fluttered in the wind. The army was lined up in a formation of 40,000 soldiers. The imperial envoy, Kent Song-yun, followed by several generals. When he saw that King Lu's army only numbered 10,000, a look of ridicule appeared on his face. If King Lu had stayed in the city and fought, he might have been able to hold on for some time. But now that he's fighting to the death, he's really digging his own grave. Kent Song-yun laughed coldly, as though he was overjoyed. Your Excellency is blessed. That's why I've been bewitched by Your Excellency's actions. That's why I'm digging my own grave. Someone tried to flatter him. Kent Song-yun couldn't help but laugh as he corrected, "This isn't my good fortune. It's the Emperor's good fortune." As he spoke, he even clasped his hands towards the heavens. The people around him were all in awe as they thought to themselves, "Even to this extent, he doesn't forget the Emperor's good fortune. This man has become an official. Your Excellency, there's a message from the imperial court. It says that King Lu might be a demon, and we have to guard against him." A Taoist hurriedly reported. "Nonsense." When Kent Song-yun heard this, his face fell as he shouted out angrily. He then stared at the Taoist and laughed coldly. "How can there be demons in this world? Are you colluding with the enemy, and trying to disrupt the morale of my troops?" These words were laced with a cold intent. The Taoist wanted to argue further, but was so cold that his face turned green. He then retreated, and didn't dare to try to persuade him any further. "Your Excellency, why are you so angry? This Taoist is just a messenger. He's scared out of his wits. If the rumors are true, would King Lu really be defeated? Ha!" A general watched as the Taoist left and laughed. At this point, everyone around him burst out into laughter. Kent Song-yun laughed out as his eyes burned with passion. This time, King Lu had been defeated. It was only a matter of time before he was able to reclaim his land. Since he had defeated King Lu and captured him as a captive, it wasn't a matter of being promoted anymore. It was a matter of being conferred a title. At this point, he laughed coldly and spoke to the general, "There's no need to speak further. Listen to my orders. I don't believe in demons. Even if he's a demon, with tens of thousands of troops around, all demons and ghosts will be crushed. Raise the drums. Following the order, the drums rang out as the entire army marched forward. Chapter 467. Dong, dong, dong. Following a loud battle cry, the troops advanced step by step. 40,000 troops, 7,000 troops. Every step they took was like the beating of a drum, causing dust to fly up. As soon as they got closer, the troops of the Imperial Army were shocked. They couldn't see clearly from afar, but when they were about 200 steps away, they could see King Lu's troops in formation. After the blood sacrifice, the demon soldiers were at their peak. Many of them had transformed into their demon forms. Each of them had the appearance of a wolf, tiger, or leopard. Their fangs were sharp, and they held long blades in their hands. Demons, they're really demons. At this point, the vanguard troops of the Imperial Army were in an uproar. However, it had only been 12 years since the Imperial Army had won the war. Their morale was still high, and their generals were still present. At this point, an officer shouted out, "Whoever dares to move shall be killed without mercy. This is just a smokescreen to deceive us. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kill them all." The vanguard troops roared out in anger as King Lu's troops pressed forward as well. Both sides were so close that they could clearly see each other's faces. Half of King Lu's troops were in their demon forms. "Kill!" The vanguard troops shouted out the order. At this point, a demon general dressed in black armor stepped out. This person had a strong aura around him. Even though he was in his demon form, he was still resolute. He led 100 cavalrymen and charged forward. 100 cavalrymen, in a battle between two armies, was an insignificant number. However, there was a sound of break as a long spear swept across the battlefield. Several soldiers screamed out in agony as blood rained down from the sky. Following which, the soldiers and their horses charged forward like the wind. At this point, a group of people surrounded them. Although they didn't have horses, their spears pierced through the air. Another spear pierced through the necks of the horses. Their coordination was well practiced. "Kill!" With a single point of the spear shot out in all directions. Every time the spear shot out, blood would splatter everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the spear had reached the vanguard troop. "So it's Yelin. You went missing in the army because you followed the rebel king?" The vanguard troops recognized him and shouted out, "If your brother knew about this, he would die of anger. My brother, who was so loyal and accomplished in battle, is dead. He was beheaded by military law." The demon general swung his whip, and another 2 men fell to the ground. "If I don't join the rebellion, am I supposed to be a corporal for the rest of my life? Furthermore, I'm a cripple. I'm the happiest about the Emperor transforming into a demon. The tendons in my hand have finally recovered." The demon general snorted coldly, "I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill all of you." Clang, clang, clang. The spear's shadow stabbed out continuously, already connected with fire. Just after receiving 2 attacks, the vanguard's expression changed. This power was really too great, and each attack contained a strange power. Ever Forest Mantra. On the 3rd strike, Vanguard spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like a lot, but it happened in an instant. On the 4th strike, Vanguard's face turned pale. "No, die." The demon general didn't say anything else and stabbed out. Blood splattered everywhere as the vanguard fell to the ground. "Kill the enemy's vanguard! Kill the enemy's vanguard!" The demon general led the demon soldiers and immediately broke through, transforming into a sharp sword, directly breaking into the slaughter. Each and every one of the demon soldiers were ferocious, using long blades, sharp fangs, and sharp claws. As they charged forward, the vanguard battalion immediately suffered heavy losses. "Block it, block it!" One of the demon generals shouted out, his voice filled with fear. The fear from the previous defeat resurfaced in his mind. King Lu was just as ferocious back then. Xie Lin, you deserve to die. I should have killed you long ago. This demon general's personal guard rushed forward, wanting to block this unstoppable attack. His long blade gleamed with a cold light as he stepped off the horse's back and leaped into the air, slashing down towards the demon general. Kill! Demon General Xie Lin was even more ferocious. He raised his spear to block the attack, and sparks flew everywhere. Xie Lin smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. He didn't look like a human at all. The demon general was taken aback, and yet another slash came from a tricky angle. Xie Lin's figure moved and suddenly disappeared. What? An afterimage? Just as the demon general was about to succeed, his vision blurred, and he disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but be startled. Just as he turned around, a spear had already landed on his waist. Boom! The sound of metal shattering rang out as the demon general's armor caved in. Pieces of metal, along with pieces of flesh and blood, flew into the air. Amidst the screams of agony, Demon General Xie Lin dodged the blade that the demon general threw at him before he died, and pierced his spear into the demon general's body. Pooh! The demon general spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His entire body was sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, he was trampled into meat paste by the horse's hooves. Haha, how refreshing! Brother, I'm not like you. Which temple doesn't have ghosts who died wrongly? If that's the case, I shall kill everyone in the temple. After killing so many of his old comrades, Demon General Xie Lin felt extremely satisfied. A faint ripple spread out, as though his martial arts had improved tremendously. He had entered a state of madness, and wherever he went, no one could survive. His body gradually turned into a beast, and fresh blood, hatred, and resentful spirits were constantly being sacrificed, becoming a delicacy that nourished him. In an instant, the vanguard formation was thrown into chaos. Mighty, invincible. Following the shouts of the army, the Imperial army was split apart, and Demon General Xie Lin charged towards Kan Song Yun. He howled loudly, and his horns and scales could be seen clearly. The enemy is coming, don't panic. A general shouted out. Although he was startled, he didn't panic. At this point, someone mumbled, "Demon, is it really a demon?" The general felt that something was amiss. He turned around and saw Kan Song Yun's legs turning to jelly. His face was filled with fear, and his entire body was trembling. He then cried out to his personal guards, "Retreat, retreat!" His personal guards then escorted Kan Song Yun as he fled. The general was on the verge of vomiting blood. "Imperial envoy, we haven't lost yet. Stop." However, Kan Song Yun ignored him, and continued to retreat. When the general in charge of the army started to flee, he saw a scene of chaos. Not good, the Imperial envoy has escaped. The Imperial envoy has escaped. Your Majesty. Across from them, Eunuch Liao looked at the flabbergasted King Lu and spoke softly. Kan Song Yun has escaped. The Imperial army has been defeated. I've only heard of such a thing in the history books and in dramas. This is the first time I've seen it in person. King Lu snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Attack!" The drums of war rang out as the entire army pounced forward to attack. It's a pity that I've fallen for Li Cheng's ploy. My body is no longer in human form. If not, I would have been able to keep them as captives. Although I can keep them as captives, it's hard for them to submit to me. The only way is to become part of the demon race, or to become nutrients for the demons. King Lu spoke out plainly. Your Majesty, it looks like that's the only way. Eunuch Liao replied. King Lu raised his sword. His fingernails were sharp and long, and there were even some scales on them. Looking at the fleeing army, King Lu's eyes were filled with greed. Enjoy your feast, my children. King Lu's voice rang out in the ears of the demons. Following this, the soldiers of King Lu charged forward. One of the soldiers was too slow, and was grabbed by another demon soldier. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. The demon soldier's teeth were sharp as he bit down on the soldier's thigh, making a loud crunching sound. Run, run quickly! Kent Song-yun was riding his horse as he shouted out to his personal guards. Your Excellency, the demons have caught up to us. The personal guard shouted out in fear. Behind him, a troop of demon soldiers chased after him. Their mouths were full of blood, and the stench of blood could be smelled. Kent Song-yun's face was contorted in anger, as the veins on his neck bulged out. He then shouted out to his personal guard, block them, block them. If not, I will kill all of you and your entire family." The personal guard had no choice but to turn around and try to stop the demon soldiers. As the two armies crossed paths, the 10 personal guards were torn apart. "Ah!" Kent Song-yun screamed out in fear. His pants were now stained with the stench of blood, and he was terrified to the point of peeing in his pants. He whipped his horse viciously. At this point, he tripped over something and fell off his horse. He had already fallen quite heavily when he felt the stench of blood on his back. When he turned around, he was frightened out of his wits. "No, I surrender. I surrender. I am the Imperial Envoy, and am different from the others." It was just that the demon soldiers were formed from the blood sacrifice, and were still conscious even though they were bound. However, King Lu didn't hold back at all. He grabbed on to Kent Song-yun and tore him apart. The Imperial Envoy was torn into 2 halves. All that was left was the last scream of the Imperial Envoy. The Taoist official who was running away turned around to look at the Imperial Envoy. He saw that the demon soldiers around him had died as well, as blood flowed out of all their orifices. He laughed coldly. What a worthy death! Ping-shou County, Pei Mansion Pei Ziyun had been home for a few days now. Both husband and wife were living in harmony. Today, Pei Ziyun was reading a book, fanning the stove and brewing tea. All of a sudden, someone laughed. "The Imperial Court has been defeated, and yet you're so carefree." "It was Yu Yun-jun, master, please come in." Pei Ziyun laughed as he saw Yu Yun-jun holding a letter in her hands. He took it and read it several times before throwing it onto the table. "You've come at the right time. I've obtained some 6-plum spring tea. It's said to be a tribute. Let's have a taste." Yu Yun-jun watched as Pei Ziyun poured some of the tea into her cup. He then picked up the pot and poured some water into the cup. He then sat down and smiled. "This is snow water. It's not bad. Try it." Yu Yun-jun tasted the tea and felt the aroma in her mouth. She then asked, "The Imperial Court has been defeated, and was defeated by the demon soldiers. Out of the 40,000-strong army, half of them died in battle. The demon soldiers numbered less than 7,000. What do you think of this?" Pei Ziyun laughed helplessly. "I've expected this. Master, we're free now. All we need to do is to watch out for them." When Yu Yun-jun heard this, she hesitated before asking, "Is this not important? King Lu is so aggressive, I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Don't let the demons take over the world." "Master, it's not a problem. King Lu was able to succeed because he was a human. Now that he's a demon, he's a bandit. He can only destroy and not build. Besides, even if he's a bandit, he won't live for long." King Lu disregarded everything and sacrificed himself. The demon soldiers will become stronger and stronger. However, the stronger the demon soldiers, the more sins they have. Once they've surpassed his destiny, the heavens will punish them and they won't be able to live for long. "That's true." Yu Yun-jun listened, her face was solemn. "Oh yes, speaking of this, there's been a lot of breakthroughs in our sect recently. Does this have something to do with the demons?" "Oh, there's such a thing?" Pei Ziyun paused and was somewhat surprised. He then retracted his smile and pinched his fingers together. After some time, he turned around. Master, the heavens are confusing. Perhaps it's because of the demon's rampage that the heavens have loosened the restrictions on Taoists. If I'm not wrong, our Taoist spring has arrived. My cultivation level is a little high. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. Even though he had become an earth immortal, he still wasn't strong enough. If that's the case, that's a good thing. But what about the imperial court? Yu Yunjun asked. Pei Ziyun laughed. Don't worry. I'm already at the 6th level of the earth immortal stage. I've been reincarnated 3 times, and I'm not confused. Besides, with the demons wreaking havoc, it won't be easy for the imperial court to deal with Free Cloud sect. I understand now. Yu Yunjun revealed a look of joy. Just as she was speaking, Yi Su'er shouted from afar, "Husband, I've broken through." Pei Ziyun and Yu Yunjun turned to look at her. Yi Su'er was speaking when she saw Yu Yunjun looking at her. She blushed. Yu Yunjun laughed. "Su'er, I've finished my discussion with the sect leader. You haven't seen each other for a long time, and should be affectionate towards each other. But why are you so impatient? Are you missing me?" This was teasing, and Yi Su'er was embarrassed, senior. Haha. Seeing Yi Su'er blushing, Yu Yunjun laughed and walked out. Yi Su'er bit her lips, feeling shy. Pei Ziyun stood up and hugged her. "What's the matter?" Husband, my cultivation has improved again. I'm now at the 3rd level of the Master level, and I feel that I've improved very quickly. A strong gust of wind tests out the strong grass, a strong ruler tests out the sincerity of his subjects. Pei Ziyun seemed to have understood something as he spoke. Chapter 468. Prosperous land of Su Dynasty. The sky was dotted with twinkling silver stars. It was mostly plains, with occasional gorges, waterfalls, and rushing brooks. Meanwhile, dozens of carriages, all of them blazing with light, came from far away. In the blink of an eye, they appeared here, right next to a lake. At this point, a loud boom could be heard. The lush trees fell to the side, and the water in the lake dried up. There were a few koi fish swimming in the lake. The ground seemed to have experienced an earthquake as cracks started to form. In the blink of an eye, spots of yellow light fell down and the ground was restored. As soon as they entered prosperous land of Su Dynasty, they saw a commotion. The people on the carriages were all shocked. What's going on? The dynasty is at its peak. Who dares to harm them? It's all because of King Lu's rebellion, causing the imperial qi to tremble. The envoys on the carriages started discussing amongst themselves. A middle-aged man opened the curtains and looked. That's not all. I'm afraid something must have happened to the country. Qin Yunwang? So you were sent here by the Qin dynasty. A king exited the carriage as he spoke. Qin Jingwang? The middle-aged man looked at him, his eyes gleaming. Following the appearance of the 2 kings, the envoys appeared as well. They were all dressed in imperial robes, and were surrounded by imperial qi. The highest quality imperial qi was yellow, while the rest were red and yellow. After hesitating for some time, a middle-aged man spoke out. Using the true dragon would result in a great loss. Could it be that it's related to the demons? Just as he spoke, heavenly music could be heard as flowers fell from the sky. An envoy came out to welcome them. Esteemed kings, you've come from afar. The emperor has been waiting for you. Please follow me in. Of course. From the carriages, the various kings dismounted. They were all descendants of the emperor, but there were differences in their statuses. From left to right it was clear to see. The various kings followed behind as they entered. There were many doors that were decorated with red paint and bronze nails. 2 rows of officials lined up in an orderly manner. Even the officials were radiating light as they welcomed the various kings. In front of the main hall, there was a bronze cauldron that burned incense. The various kings were no strangers to this. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Back in the day, this scene was similar. It's a pity that things have changed. After entering the main hall, the music began to play loudly. The important ministers were spread out on both sides, and the various kings lined up to pay their respects to the great Sue dynasty's founding ancestor. However, the emperors of the dynasties could not casually go out, so they sent envoys, all of whom were famous and virtuous kings. Great Sue's founding ancestor returned to his position, sitting upright on the dragon throne. Faint purple energy surrounded him, and his aged illness was gone. He had regained his youthful health. He was in his 20s, and his handsome appearance carried with it a baleful aura. Long live the Emperor of Great Sue! Long live the Emperor! Actually, the one who presided over the court was the one with the draconic chi. However, the etiquette was different. The messengers all bowed to show their respect. The founding ancestor of Sue glanced at the messengers and saw that the draconic chi of the messengers was thin but bright. He sighed in his heart. These were all virtuous kings of past dynasties, recorded in the annals of history. Even so, as time passed, they gradually faded away. As for the draconic energy on their bodies, it actually didn't belong to them, but rather to the dynasty's energy. Even a dynasty did not have 1,000 years of luck. However, the dynasty had just been established, and it was like the sun had just risen. There was no need for him to feel this way. He then smiled. "Everyone here is a wise king, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor." The various kings bowed and looked up at the Emperor of Sue. They saw that his draconic chi was purplish-green, and his draconic chi was like a heavenly pillar. "My fellow virtuous kings, I've read about your lives in the annals of history. Now that I've met you, I'm impressed. Men, give us some spiritual wine." The founding ancestor of Sue spoke, and immediately, someone came forward to offer it. "Thank you, Emperor." The various kings smiled. The spiritual wine was formed from spiritual energy, and could nourish one's body. Seeing that everyone had finished drinking, the founding ancestor's smile disappeared. He then spoke with a serious tone. "All the dragons have gathered here for an important event. However, this time there are two main issues." The founding ancestor of Sue pointed a finger at the center of the hall, and a ring of light appeared. Within the light was a young man. It was Pei Ziyun. The various kings looked at Pei Ziyun, and saw many scenes flashing by. They had no idea when they were being monitored. You may not know this, but this person is Pei Ziyun. He's only 23 or 24 years old, but he's already passed the tribulations and reached the 5th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. What? The expressions of the various kings changed. After losing the draconic chi of the country, they didn't communicate much. They were still aware of important matters, but they weren't sensitive to such matters. When they heard this, they couldn't believe it. Qin Yun Wang looked on and said, "When the Tao monarch passed his tribulation, he was 28 years old." When the Emperor of Sue heard this, he caressed his ring. Furthermore, this person has only been cultivating Tao for 4 to 5 years. To have such achievements, I'm afraid even the Tao monarch can't match up to him. This person passed his tribulation, and his draconic chi became uncontrollable. This is a terrifying thing. After hesitating for some time, Chen Jingwang stepped forward and bowed. "Our dragon veins are blessed by the heavens. We cannot allow a second Tao monarch to appear. Yes, the first generation is still being suppressed. If a second one were to appear, the world would be turned upside down." Qin Yun Wang immediately replied, "When the Tao monarch appears, his power belongs to himself. If the Tao monarch is weak, not only our draconic chi, but the entire human race, what need is there for them to exist? This person must be killed. We cannot allow a second one to appear." "We agree. Since Sue is in charge of the world, we shall pray for the Emperor to make a decision." As he spoke, all the kings present knelt down together. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared, causing the entire hall to tremble. The first ancestor of Sue wasn't surprised as he nodded his head, agreed. As soon as he spoke, the draconic chi congregated and formed a scroll in mid-air before landing on the table. Boom! At this point, a thunderous sound could be heard. The first ancestor of De Su raised his head and looked up into the sky. Son of Heaven, what happened? Seeing that the first ancestor's face was pale, Qin Yun Wang stood up and asked. The first ancestor pointed, and the light around him transformed into a battlefield. On the battlefield, the imperial army was defeated, and the imperial envoy had died. Fresh blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Some of the demons were even eating humans. The scene changed as it landed on King Lu. King Lu had a dragon's horn and a demonic eye. He was surrounded by a mist of blood and resentment. At this point, the demonic dragon above King Lu seemed to have sensed that someone was spying on it. With a loud roar, the scene shattered. The demon race has reached such a stage? The envoy's expressions changed. Such a demonic dragon, although it's still a flood dragon, it's extraordinary. The first ancestor's heart skipped a beat as he retracted his smile. His voice was sonorous. All of you are wise kings, and have left your names in the annals of history. It wasn't easy for you to leave paradise with draconic chi. I'm not lying, I have something important to discuss with all of you. All of you have been living in paradise for a long time, and don't know that the demonic chi is growing day by day. This unfilial son of mine has already joined the demonic chi. Pei Ziyun is the greatest enemy of the human race, and the demonic chi is the greatest enemy of the entire world. Now that the demonic chi is being suppressed by Pei Ziyun, it's time for him to die. Hence, we have to remove the blessings that the heavens have for him. What do all of you think? The first ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the hall, and he spoke calmly. When the kings heard this, they knew that it was time to ask for a plan. They looked at each other, and their expressions were solemn. Regarding the demonic chi, I've heard of it before. However, this demonic race has sinned against the heavens, and will not be tolerated by the heavens. They will definitely be punished by the heavens. The Son of Heaven can take the lead, and the rest of the dynasties will follow suit, and pray to the heavens. This will speed up the process, and the demonic chi will not be able to survive. It's just that the Son of Heaven is separated by yin and yang. The draconic chi of our dynasties does not enter the world of the living, and does not interfere with it. This is the rule of the heavens, and although we have the intention, we are powerless to interfere. The king of Chunjing spoke as he looked at the first ancestor emperor. He saw that the first ancestor of the De Su dynasty was expressionless, and was holding onto his chair. Just as he was deep in thought, the first ancestor suddenly spoke up. It makes sense for all of you to consider this. However, I do have an idea and would like to hear it out. I've heard that there was once a Tao monarch who was suppressed in the deepest parts of paradise. The draconic chi was used to seal him, and he was unable to escape. We can borrow his strength. What do all of you think? As soon as these words were spoken, all the kings were shocked as they looked at the first ancestor of the De Su dynasty. Son of Heaven, the rise of the Tao monarch has always been successful. Luckily, he was bewitched by the heavens, and lost his heavenly timing. That's why he was suppressed by us. If we reactivate the restrictive spells, it will be difficult to control him. Although this person has lost his fleshly body and lost his heavenly timing, he still has a Taoist meridian. Once he rises up, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control him. A look of fear appeared on the king of Chunjing's face. Son of Heaven, please reconsider. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Someone turned around and said, Qin Yun Wang, you were the one who suppressed the Tao monarch all those years ago. You understand the situation the best. What do you think? That's right, Qin Yun Wang. Back then, you and the Tao monarch were brothers. It's all thanks to you that the dynasty has a future. Now that we're facing a crisis, please don't hide anything. Another king spoke up. As he spoke, everyone stared at Qin Yun Wang. Qin Yun Wang's face turned red as he gritted his teeth. My opinion is that the Tao monarch cannot appear. If he does, there will be a great calamity. Chapter 469. Seeing that the kings were panicking, the ancestor gestured for one of them to stand up. Your subject Fan Tu has something to say. The kings paused. The ancestor then said, What do you have to say? Ki. Yes, your subject was a Han Lin and was in charge of many secrets. After that, I followed the ancestor and died 3 years ago due to illness. I was bestowed the title by the emperor. Fan Tu's voice was clear and bright. His eyes flashed as he stood up and bowed. Your subject has read the relevant information and understands the situation. I feel that the kings need not worry too much. A Tao monarch has to have both form and spirit. Now that the Tao monarch has lost his physical body, his Tao foundation has been eroded. It will be difficult for him to regain his powers as a Tao monarch, much less improve. To put it bluntly, the Tao monarch is now just a deity. Besides, the era of the Tao monarch is over. We are afraid of Pei Ziyun, but is the Tao monarch not afraid? The one who wants to kill Pei Ziyun the most is the Tao monarch. Hearing this, all the kings looked at each other. King Ji Xian, who was also the Ji dynasty's King Xian, smiled and said, This does make some sense. If a Tao lord loses his physical body, his Tao foundation will be damaged. Someone said, although he has lost his Tao foundation, his status is still there. Who knows, he might be able to reincarnate. Your Highness, if he were to reincarnate, he would have to start all over again. His status would be gone. Fan Tu said, becoming a Tao monarch is extremely difficult, and he would lose his luck. Would the Tao monarch dare to take the risk? The kings present were not people who were easily angered. They fell silent. King Chen Zhenghuang did not speak. He thought for a long time before saying, If that's the case, the threat of the Tao monarch has been greatly reduced. But Emperor, do you mean to release the Tao monarch immediately after this meeting? No, we will sign a contract and release a small portion of him in exchange for his services. As the ancestor spoke, he straightened his back and his eyes flashed. He is already a deity. A human body cannot be separated, but a deity can. We just need to release a small portion of him. With this person as the vanguard, Pei Ziyun and the demons can be dealt with. Hiss. The kings looked at each other, and then at Desu's founding ancestor. Their expressions were solemn. Everyone knew that he had already made up his mind. Thinking about it again, Desu's founding ancestor was the one who had instigated it, so it was his responsibility. They nodded. The Son of Heaven is right. Tao monarch is old and no longer a threat. Furthermore, with the demon race around, the Tao arts have no choice but to revive. This is truly the will of the heavens. Even if we are the descendants of dragons, we can only obey. However, the will of the heavens merely revives the Tao Lord. It doesn't care who the Tao Lord is. Thus, our only choice is to release the old Tao Lords and kill the new ones. But we still have to communicate with the Emperor. As he spoke, the kings in the main hall closed their eyes, and the dragon chi flickered slightly. It was obvious that they were communicating with the Emperor in the dragon chi field. Great Su's founding ancestor looked on and smiled, not worried at all. This subject agrees. Sure enough, a king's draconic aura flashed, and he stood out to second the motion. This subject agrees as well. As time passed, the other kings all stepped forward to second the motion. This was the decision of the dragon chi field. In the blink of an eye, only Qin Yun Wang was left. His face was ashen, and his draconic aura flickered as if he was urging the others to act. After a long time, he sighed. This subject agrees as well. Qin Yun Wang was the last person. As he seconded the motion was formed. Numerous draconic auras intertwined and formed a scroll that landed on the table. Good. Great Sue's founding ancestor clapped his hands and laughed. I am very satisfied with your decision. For the sake of the human race, this is how it should be. The various kings were very straightforward. King Gxian laughed. This is a good plan. It's better to take the old path than the new one. Your Majesty, you can use the imperial seal to form the final decision. Of course. As he spoke, the founding ancestor pressed his hand against the scroll. Strangely enough, although it was only a hand, it was actually the imperial seal. Instantly, a true dragon appeared. It had golden scales and a green horn. More importantly, it was surrounded by clouds. This was the heavenly cloud, and it was extremely majestic. The various kings pressed their hands against the scroll one by one. 20 dragons appeared on the scroll, with the great Su True Dragon in the center. The other dragons were very small, and some of them were only shadows. As the last king pressed his hand against the scroll, the entire human Tao dragon pillar seemed to have a response. The entire scroll turned into a decree that was magnificent and majestic. Qin Yunwang, you are acquainted with the Tao monarch. You can go and announce the decree. Qin Yunwang's expression changed. Emperor, although I am acquainted with him, I'm afraid that he will hate me for plotting against him. There's no need to worry. Just announce the decree. Great Sue's founding ancestor laughed as he stared at Qin Yunwang. The draconic aura above Qin Yunwang's head flickered, urging him to act. Qin Yunwang's face alternated between red and green. 1,000 years of habit had already seeped deep into his soul. In the end, he still agreed. Yes, Emperor. Qin Yunwang knelt down and accepted the decree. As soon as the imperial decree landed in his hands, he flew downwards. There was a jade staircase with fine dragon patterns on it. Qin Yunwang walked downwards. The heavenly pillar connected heaven and earth. The draconic aura continued to spin. The draconic aura blessed the land, layer after layer, continued downwards until it reached the deepest darkness. At the bottom of the draconic aura-blessed land, a thick darkness surged up. The coldness didn't dissipate, and the deeper one went, the thicker it became. Roar! Some of the soul fragments were howling in the darkness. Following Qin Yunwang's footsteps, they were attracted over. The deeper one went, the quieter it became. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The imperial decree gave off a faint light. It looked weak, but no one dared to get close. Occasionally, there would be those who lost their minds and tried to get close, but they would quickly turn to dust to protect the king. After walking for an unknown period of time, they reached the deepest part of the tunnel. In the deepest part there was a faint barrier. Inside there was a dilapidated palace. Frost and ice had formed above the palace, and it was unknown how long it had been here. Broken god statues, broken swords, armor, and artifacts could be seen everywhere. The signboard was slanted and hung outside the palace. There were traces of sabers and swords on it. There was a couplet on the signboard and pillar, and the words could still be seen clearly. In the mortal world, the great Tao is supreme. Come and go, there is only one heart. The ground was paved with limestone. When Qin Yunwang looked down, he could see sword marks. There was an arrowhead sealed in ice with traces of blood on it. Was it 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago? Qin Yunwang asked in a low voice. His memory was a bit hazy and he couldn't remember it clearly. There were traces of him coming here to find his friend. The two of them drank tea, discussed the Tao, and talked about scriptures. King Yun, what's the point of being a king? Cultivating the Tao to become a celestial, roaming the universe and breathing in the world to seek longevity. Isn't it wonderful to be free and unfettered in the mortal world? I'm a king of Great Qin. After I die, I will be conferred a title. My blessed land will not be destroyed, and my soul will exist forever. Cultivating is too boring. If I don't cultivate, I'll just drink. How can I care about the world collapsing in the future? Ha ha you. His good friend who wasn't a Tao Lord seemed to be shaking his head and laughing. These beautiful scenes flashed by in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun Wang's heart sank and a sour and hot feeling surged up. His memory returned to the most painful scene that he didn't dare to face. King Yun, you lied to me. I treated you as a good friend and took on the role of imperial preceptor to suppress discontent. But in the end you betrayed me? His good friend, who had become a Tao Lord, stood in front of the palace and looked at the dozens of imperial soldiers and hundreds of godly spirits. You are the celestial Tao and I am the dragon Tao. Our Taos are different. Back then, he said decisively. After being stunned for a long time, Qin Yun Wang suddenly came to his senses. He was startled and his godly spirits were in a daze. This was an ominous sign. He hugged the imperial edict tightly and felt at ease. This wasn't an ordinary imperial edict. It was signed by all the dynasties. Even a Tao Lord wouldn't be able to harm him. Qin Yun Wang took in a deep breath and looked at the palace. The Tao Lord's aura was still there and it was surrounded by green energy. It had already weakened by 2/3 compared to the past. Dragon energy suppressed and condensed into ice. Back then, the Grand Ancestor worked together with many godly spirits to seal the Tao Lord. This was his betrayal. I am affected by dragon energy. Our Taos are different. A hint of guilt and nostalgia flashed across Qin Yun Wang's face. However, there was more hatred. He said in a low voice and got closer. He could clearly see the dragon energy seal. It was formed by the agreement between the emperor and the dynasties. Just by getting closer, he felt a pressure. Who? Qin Yun Wang reached out and wiped away his sweat. He held the imperial edict in his hand and moved forward. The imperial edict responded. There was a flash of light and he passed through the barrier without any obstacles. Qin Yun Wang easily entered. With a wave of his hand, he saw a garden that was in ruins. Several tea trees had withered and a pond had dried up. Only the pavilion was intact. The words on it were blurred by the passage of time, and only 3 words could be seen. Pavilion of Time. With just one look, memories surged. Back then, he loved to drink tea here. The garden was beautiful and he would often forget to leave. However, when he looked again, the trees were withered, the pond was dried up, and the strange stones were cracked. The only place that was still alive was peach blossoms. The peach blossoms withered and fell to the ground. A person was sitting in the pavilion, his body leaning against the wall. His complexion was rosy, and he held a wine pot in his hand. He seemed to have just fallen asleep. Qin Yun Wang stepped forward. The aura of the imperial edict startled the person who was sleeping. This person raised his head. He seemed to be in a daze. So it's Mao Yun. Qin Yun Wang smiled at the Tao Lord and said, Jingji, you are really elegant. You appreciate the peaches and sleep peacefully. I wonder what poem you wrote this time? The Tao Lord stood up and smiled. I haven't been in the mood for a long time. It's just admiring the flowers and smelling the fragrance. It seemed like time had not changed at all. The two of them sat opposite each other. Qin Yun Wang waved his fan and smiled. He said, My friend, do you know that after 1,000 years, there is another person with amazing talent who might not be inferior to you? He then recited one of Pei Ziyun's words, When will the moon be clear? Holding a cup of wine, I asked the clear sky. He did not know what year it was in the heavenly palace. I want to ride the wind to return home, but I fear the jade mansions will be too high to bear the cold. Dancing with a clear shadow, how is it like being in the mortal world? Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful house, illuminating the sleepless nights. There should be no hatred. How can things be perfect after parting? Humans have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This is something that has been difficult since ancient times. Let's hope that we can be together for a long time, 1,000 miles apart. Listen, what kind of poem is this? When the Tao Lord heard this, he raised his head and clapped. What great talent! I can't compare to you. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, such a talent would appear? Qin Yunhuang looked on and saw that the Tao Lord was expressionless and calm. His heart sank. After 1,000 years of being sealed, he could no longer see through this person. He originally wanted to make use of Pei Ziyun's feelings, but now he was disheartened. After a long time, he sighed. I know you hate me, but this is the will of the heavens. I have no choice. Is it also the will of the heavens that you are here now? The Tao Lord's eyes flashed as he smiled and asked, Our brotherhood has been severed long ago. Why are you here today? To strengthen the seal? Or what do you want me to do? Is that why I'm describing our relationship as sworn brothers, just like in the past? As he spoke, he revealed a smile and raised his wine cup to take a sip. When you became a Tao Lord, you were blessed by the will of the heavens. After that, you lost the time and the favor of the heavens shifted, but some of it remained. My friend, although you are sealed, you should have sensed that the world has changed. The demon race has invaded. This is a huge change that hasn't happened in 3,000 years. Qin Yunhuang stared at the Tao Lord as he spoke, taking in every change in the Tao Lord. Ha ha! The Tao Lord laughed. What does that have to do with me? I am just a pitiful person sealed in the abyss. Do you think that sinners are responsible for the rise and fall of the world? These words were filled with endless sarcasm. Qin Yunhuang was speechless and there was a hint of anger on his face. The invasion of the demon race isn't just a personal matter. It is a matter of billions of lives. This is the big picture. Seeing that the Tao Lord was still indifferent, he continued, Even if you don't consider the big picture, you have to consider yourself. Under the background of the demon race's invasion, the will of the heavens favors the Tao sect. There is hope for the revival of the Tao sect as a balance. However, the ruler of the Tao sect might not be you. Whoever can resist the demon race will be the new ruler. You should feel that the favor of the heavens is shifting to you. This is the rise of a new person in the Tao sect. If the will of the heavens favors a new person, you should know what will happen to you without me saying anything. If you didn't keep your position as the Tao Lord, how could you endure being tortured day and night? Without the favor of the heavens and your status, how many days do you have left? Whether it is for the big picture or for yourself, you have to cooperate with us. Ha ha, ha ha. When the Tao Lord heard this, he laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. This laughter seemed to be mocking himself, but it also seemed to be mocking Qin Yunhuang. After a long time, he stopped and said calmly, You are still the same as 1,000 years ago. You are eloquent and incisive, but you do not have good intentions. Are you encouraging me to go out and fight with the new person? But the new Tao Lord is even more dangerous to your dragon Qi. I can no longer shake the dragon Qi, but will the new Tao Lord do the same as me and be bound by the court and family? Once the Tao Lord becomes a Tao Lord, the dragon Qi will be destroyed. Let me guess, he has already passed the thunder tribulation, so you are panicking and afraid? You are afraid, so you want me to make a move. You want me to be a knife to kill you. It is best if you die together with me. Do you think I will do as you wish? After the Tao Lord finished laughing, he leaned his body and lay down, resting in a lazy posture. You! Qin Yunhuang was speechless and his face turned red. My friend, you are known for your wisdom, but it is only because I trusted you back then. Now, do you still want to use these dirty tricks? The Tao Lord raised his head and his eyes were cold. It has been 1,000 years, and you still want to use unsubstantial righteousness, feelings, and recognition to drive me around for free. Are you looking down on me, or are you really stupid? Qin Yunhuang's face turned red. I came from my heart. I feel that if we cooperate, we will both benefit, and if we separate, we will both suffer. So, I ignored the grudges between us and came to discuss. But you think of me like this? Fine, I only have one question. Are you willing to go out? If you are, you have the chance now. If not, I will leave immediately. Qin Yunwang stared at the Tao Lord as he spoke. The Tao Lord's expression didn't change at all. Seeing this, he didn't say a word and just turned around to leave. However, his steps were a little slow. When he reached the seal, he heard the Tao Lord say, "Stop pretending. You came here on imperial orders, and you have no choice. Do you really dare to leave without anything? But I don't think you can release all of me." When the Tao Lord said this, his eyes were gentle. He just said lightly, "But don't talk to me about righteousness. I am sick of hearing these words 1,000 years ago. If you want me to attack, I can, but I can't just make empty promises. Tell me, what can you give me? What are you willing to give me? Don't try to use me twice." These words were soft and cold. In this quiet space, although Qin Yunwang knew that the Tao Lord and he were afraid of both sides, he didn't know why, but his heart turned cold and his hair stood on end. Chapter 470. Qin Yunwang's expression changed, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. He turned around and passed through the seal. When he was outside the seal, he turned around to look again. The Tao monarch continued to drink before going back to sleep. After a long time, Qin Yunwang looked at the stone pillar and took a deep breath. He punched the stone pillar and said, "Damn it!" He didn't know if he was feeling uneasy or happy. He looked at the place that had been silent for thousands of years, and a chill ran down his spine. He took out the imperial edict. The imperial edict floated in midair. Qin Yunwang's face was filled with respect as he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The imperial edict lit up and slowly formed. Many faces could be seen on it. "Emperor, your majesties, I am useless. I am unable to make the Tao monarch submit. It seems like I would rather die than watch the heavens change their direction and wait for Pei Ziyun to become the new Tao monarch." As soon as he said this, the imperial edict paused and quietened down. The monster race was a calamity and the new Tao monarch was the enemy of the dragon energy. What do you think we should do? The figures on the imperial edict discussed among themselves. After some time, the great Su ancestor appeared. "Humph, the Tao monarch can't be so stubborn. If he was, wouldn't he have destroyed the dragon veins? We wouldn't even have the chance to establish a new dynasty. Right now, this is nothing more than a bargaining." As he said this, a faint yellow energy appeared on the imperial edict. "This is our condition. If he doesn't agree, you can turn around and leave. If the Tao monarch agrees but doesn't listen to us, what will happen?" Actually, with Qin Yunwang's status, he shouldn't have said this. However, when he heard this, he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. When the great Su ancestor heard this, he looked at it and nodded. "Don't worry, we have our own methods." As he said this, the imperial edict moved and a faint yellow energy entered. Qin Yunwang's heart turned cold. After some time, the yellow energy returned and entered the imperial edict. "It's done. Just do your job." This was the only sentence on the imperial edict. Qin Yunwang hesitated for a long time but couldn't disobey. He held the imperial edict and pointed it at the seal. Pooh! A hole appeared on the seal. The Tao Lord was in the pavilion. With a thought, ice and snow floated in from outside the seal, bringing with it a chill. Peach blossoms fell and snowflakes drifted down. "All right." The Tao Lord smiled. He opened his hand and looked up into the sky. In an instant, a wave of qi surged out of his body, transforming into a green mist that flew towards the gap in the seal. As soon as he emerged, the azure smoke transformed into a Tao Lord. "I'm finally out." The Tao Lord was dressed in green robes as he stepped on the blue clouds. His complexion was like jade and his eyebrows were curved. His eyes gradually opened and he didn't look at the imperial edict or Qin Yunhuang. He looked around and saw that the surrounding palaces were in ruins. Some of them had collapsed, and only half of them were left. There were saber marks, sword marks, and broken weapons on the ground. His eyes turned red. The tragedy of that year is still here, but all of you have been destroyed. My disciple, my wife and son, I've let you down. If it weren't for my stupidity, you wouldn't have died. The Tao Lord muttered to himself. When Qin Yunhuang heard this, his heart turned cold. Just now, he had some fantasies. The Tao Lord had always been magnanimous and had a gentle personality. Perhaps after 1,000 years, he had already gotten over it. When he heard what the Tao Lord said, he felt an endless wave of hatred that couldn't be washed away. His hair stood on end. If he could make the decision, he wouldn't have opened the seal. When I return, I have to tell the Emperor and Father in detail. Qin Yunhuang thought to himself. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky in surprise. The moment the Tao Lord came out, heaven and earth sensed it. A wave of spiritual qi descended. What is this? Why does heaven and earth give me spiritual qi? Could it be the Tao Lord's status? In an instant, Qin Yunhuang was envious and hateful. He carefully examined it and heaved a sigh of relief. There isn't much spiritual qi. After all, the status has been greatly reduced. The Tao Lord didn't care about his thoughts. He absorbed the spiritual qi deeply. Not only was there spiritual qi, but there were also all sorts of senses. In an instant, an unknown amount of information appeared in his mind. The Tao Lord's status is related to this. Unless it is deliberately shielded, I can sense it. Originally, I couldn't see clearly through the seal. I didn't expect heaven and earth to be so harsh to me. The Tao Lord opened his eyes after a long time. He looked around and tears fell. All sorts of changes happened. Other than 1 or 2 places, the traces he left behind were all gone. Fortunately, the Dragon Mai is understanding and left this person to me. I can comfort him a little. After an unknown period of time, the Tao Lord shifted his gaze to Qin Yunhuang. His voice became hoarse. My friend, you are good at figuring things out. In the past, you were always trying to please His Majesty. At this point, the Tao Lord looked at the stunned Qin Yunhuang and smiled. However, when you came today, did you figure out the Emperor's intentions? As the Tao Lord spoke, he grabbed out with his hand. A huge hand about 3 meters in size appeared in the air and grabbed at Qin Yunhuang. Qin Yunhuang was shocked. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? You guessed it, right? It's just that you didn't dare to believe it and lied to yourself. Before Qin Yunhuang finished speaking, the huge hand appeared in front of him and grabbed. Qin Yunhuang's expression changed drastically. The dragon energy around his body circled around him as he clashed with the huge hand. Hong! The pale yellow dragon energy collided with the giant palm. The giant palm shook and the dragon energy was dispersed. Qin Yunhuang was shocked, but he was still shouting, "The monarchs will not let you kill me. Son of Heaven, please help me." Qin Yunhuang shouted. The dragon energy around his body fluctuated as he raised the imperial edict above his head. This imperial edict was signed by the emperor and the various kings on behalf of the dynasties. It could communicate with the previous dynasties. Not to mention the Tao Lord's clone, even the entire body could be suppressed. The Tao Lord laughed coldly. I told you, you loyal subjects are like this. Even when you are at death's door, you still don't dare to think further. The huge hand continued to descend, but there was no reaction from the imperial edict. Qin Yunhuang's entire body was grasped in the huge hand. He couldn't shout anymore. Even now, he still held the imperial edict tightly and wasn't willing to let go. Maoyun, how many years has it been? You are finally in my hands. Woo woo. Qin Yunhuang was still struggling and he could faintly make some sounds. The Tao Lord laughed with pity and said, back then, you represented heaven's will and were valued. Now that things have changed, you are just a king. For the sake of the big picture, it is natural for you to help me vent my anger. The imperial edict has the dragon energy of 20 dynasties. Who will save you? Do you understand? Now it is time for you, a loyal subject and a virtuous king, to sacrifice yourself for the big picture. Virtuous King Zhonglie will die with a smile. If you are loyal and love your country, then please show me your spirit. I can give you some time to tidy up your clothes and die calmly. As the Tao Lord spoke, he loosened his hand and revealed a disheveled Qin Yunwang. His face was filled with panic and disbelief as he shouted, "Great Ancestor, save me! Father, save me! I have contributed to the dynasty and contributed to the human race." His voice was tragic, but the imperial edict didn't reply. There was only a long sigh. Qin Yunwang finally understood that he was already being sacrificed. He was like a young Tao Lord, and his heart was instantly torn apart. Is it painful? This pain isn't even a tenth of the pain I felt back then. As the Tao Lord spoke, he looked at Qin Yunwang's face filled with disbelief. He even begged for help again and again. He laughed. "What did you say to me back then? Thunder, rain, and dew are the benevolence of the ruler. Even if you give me death, I have to welcome it with a smile. If I hold hatred in my heart, it is disgraceful and crazy. Now that it is your turn, you are so unbearable. If it wasn't for the fact that you are a god, you would have already pissed yourself, right?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Qin Yunwang felt like his body was about to shatter. His voice was hoarse as he cried out in pain. He knelt down and begged for mercy. "Jingji, Jingji, we are brothers. Have you forgotten that we became sworn brothers? Do you still remember the poem you wrote? When the morning clouds gather, green rocks face each other." This was the poem the young Tao Lord had given him. The two of them were extremely close. When the voice entered his ears, the Tao Lord's expression darkened. However, when these memories appeared, the hatred he felt increased by several times. "I haven't forgotten. I can't forget what happened to me, my friends, and my disciples after I was sealed. Every time I think about it, I want to dig my eyes out. How could I believe a shameless person like you? The destruction of the Tao Palace's 3,000 disciples was all because of you. I sealed them, killed them all, and turned my women into playthings. You hunted down my descendants. Even my youngest son, who wasn't even 6 years old, was beheaded. How could I forget all of this?" As he spoke, his giant palm crushed down. Qin Yunwang couldn't hold on any longer and his body shattered. "No, I can't die here." A remnant soul cried out and flew out like smoke, escaping along the passage. The Tao Lord laughed coldly and reached out to crush it again. Boom! The imperial edict fluctuated for a moment, but there were no more movements. The remnant soul scattered like fireworks, turning into fine sand that couldn't be seen. It was Gray's soul. In front of the hall, everything was the same as before. It was still sealed in ice, and in the distance was the battlefield from back then. The Tao Lord's lips moved as if he was saying something. His eyes were filled with reminiscence and tears flowed out. Qin Yunwang was gray, and the imperial edict floated in the air. The figure of the great Su dynasty's founding ancestor appeared on the edict. "Tao Lord, since you've killed your enemy, I'm sure you've calmed down." "Thank you, Emperor." The Tao Lord bowed and his expression returned to normal. He had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and the painful memories and conclusions had long matured. The great Su dynasty's founding ancestor looked at the Tao Lord, and his heart trembled. Dragon Qi circled around him, and he said, "What about the agreement?" The Tao Lord was silent for a moment and then nodded. "I accept." "Tao Lord, since you've admitted it, you can't go against the agreement." The Tao Lord bowed slightly. Of course, if His Majesty didn't believe in the validity of the agreement, he wouldn't have let me sign it. As he said this, He walked to the imperial edict and reached out to press it down. However, the hand that pressed down turned into a seal. It was a Tao pattern, and it occupied a corner. Good. The great Sui dynasty's founding ancestor applauded. Tao Lord, you are indeed an outstanding person. You are able to recognize the heavens. Please, Tao Lord, for the sake of the world, for the sake of the human race, we will wait for your good news in the underworld. As he said this, the imperial edict flew into the air and disappeared. However, the contract had already passed through the clone, and he couldn't help but sigh. The main body might be able to stop it, but the clone won't be able to. After a long time, the Tao Lord looked into the distance, and his eyes were deep. I've always thought of myself as a genius. I didn't think that after 1,000 years, there would still be someone who could surpass me. My heart is both gratified and filled with hatred. As he said this, he turned into a wisp of green smoke. He no longer looked at the seal, and disappeared into the ice field. Chapter 471. Pingshuo County, Snail Village. About 10 miles from the river, there were roads and stone bridges along the way. There was a small dock where a fishing boat, a cargo boat and a large boat were anchored. The large boat bobbed up and down with the waves, rocking gently. On the shore, Yi Suer came to send him off. The two of them had been inseparable for the past week, yet they never felt that it was enough. The two of them spoke softly as the wind blew past, ruffling Yi Suer's hair. She looked at Pei Ziyun and reached out to tidy his clothes. "Husband, please come back as soon as you can." Pei Ziyun reached out and held Yi Suer's hand. Yi Suer's hand was white and tender, and as he held it in his hand, he felt as though it was piercing into his heart. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Come with me to Golden Island. My roots are overseas. Let's have a child, and we can live a carefree life overseas." Hearing this, Yi Suer was a little tired. "Husband, I'll go again next time. I'm not feeling well, I'm afraid I can't take the boat." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he knew that it was an excuse. After all, there was no such thing as an illness. It was just someone he did not want to see. Pei Ziyun sighed and nodded. "Suer, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my mother." As he said this, he ran his fingers through her hair and pulled her into his embrace. Yi Suer leaned into his chest, feeling warm and comfortable. The thought of someone sharing her made her heart ache. She bit her lips and stood up, forcing a smile. "Husband, taking care of my mother is my responsibility. I know that I need you to shield me from the wind and rain. Don't worry, the family will not be a burden to you." Pei Ziyun looked at Yi Suer and felt a little guilty. He did not know what to say and turned to Pei Qianshi. "Mother, take care of your body." Then, he boarded the boat. With a shout from the boatman, the anchor was pulled, the sail was raised, and the boat sailed forward, breaking through the layers of water. Yi Suer watched quietly as the ship sailed away. She bit her lips lightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. She touched her belly as Pei Qianshi stepped forward and grabbed Yi Suer's hands, her heart aching as she said, "Yun'er is going to Golden Island, you should follow her. You are the daughter-in-law of the Pei family. Mother, the Canton princess is from the royal family, and would be of great help to you. I just do not wish to see her." As she said this, the boat sailed further and further away, disappearing into the distance. Ship Xiao Juanzhu's dowry was accompanied by 10 personal guards. Among them, 5 of them were standing straight with sabers in their hands. They looked somewhat dignified, and the ships along the way made way for them. Pei Ziyun sat in his study and sipped on a cup of tea as he listened quietly to Ren Wei's report. "True sovereign, there's news from the capital city. The front lines have been defeated, and the imperial envoy has died in battle. The imperial court has lost 30,000 soldiers. It's been said that King Lu has long since been eaten by a demon. Actually, it's the demons who are causing trouble. The imperial court has summoned all the Taoist sects to the capital city, and half of them have already gone. As he spoke, Ren Wei bowed slightly as he handed the report over. Pei Ziyun looked at the report and pondered for some time before laughing. King Lu is dead? This is all a lie. King Lu himself is already a demon. This is something that the imperial court made up to save face. Of course, from another perspective, it could be said that King Lu is already dead. After all, to the imperial court, King Lu, who was a human and a prince, no longer exists. As he finished speaking, he laughed. With demons around, the commoners would be attracted to it. Novels are selling like hotcakes, right? Hearing this, Ren Wei couldn't help but laugh. My lord, that's indeed the case. It's been said that in the capital city, novels involving you are selling like hotcake. There's even a rumor that King Lu was eaten by a demon. When true sovereign appeared, the demon retreated in defeat and revealed his true form. True sovereign was then summoned back by the imperial court. When the demon saw that true sovereign wasn't with the army, he immediately defeated the imperial army and ate a few thousand of them. Pei Ziyun laughed out when he heard this. His recent rise in popularity was because of this rumor. He then asked, "Our men didn't interfere, right?" "No, they didn't. It's just a rumor among the commoners." "As long as they didn't." Pei Ziyun looked at the documents before tossing them onto the table. An imperial envoy died, and 30,000 soldiers were lost. It's not a big deal. Ren Wei was shocked as he looked at Pei Ziyun. He saw that Pei Ziyun was relaxed and relaxed. He then thought about the rumors and lowered his voice. My lord, King Lu was originally a descendant of Tian Huang. Now that he's become a demon, we don't know how much power he has. If the demon race continues to attack, the world will be in trouble. We can't avoid it either. It's not that exaggerated. Pei Ziyun stood up and waved his hands. This world isn't as simple as you think it is. If the demon race can easily take over the world, why would they need to borrow King Lu's hands? The demon race has been hiding and spreading their influence. Perhaps they can succeed. But now that the Yin's error, Yang's mistake has been exposed, and Heaven's will is watching over them. This is the reason why the demon race won't last long. Besides, the demon race can only destroy and can't build. They can't succeed. When Ren Wei heard this, he was enlightened. That's right. His lord was an earth immortal, and wasn't a mortal. Although he thought this way, Pei Ziyun could tell that Ren Wei couldn't bear to see this happen. He then asked, "Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Ren Wei's body trembled. Indeed, he had such thoughts just now. He then hurriedly replied, "My lord, I wouldn't dare. I'm a Taoist. My duty is to sail a boat across the lake." Pei Ziyun smiled. Besides, you know that this retreat was the intention of the imperial court. I'm just pushing the boat along with the current. The affairs of the world, the affairs of the imperial court, can't be resolved with just passion. Besides, I'm not the only Taoist under the heavens. The Taoist sects came to the capital city partly because of me, and partly because of official matters. It's not that easy to take advantage of the imperial court. What happened to King Lu? They can't escape responsibility. You're my retainer, and I have to make this clear to you. Yes, my lord is right. I'm your lord's retainer, and I only think for you. Ren Wei spoke out. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and looked out the window. Not far away, ducks were paddling in the water. Even further away, a farmer was washing her clothes. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was so calm, Ren Wei couldn't help but sigh. His lord was getting more and more serious. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had nothing else to say, he then retreated. Pei Ziyun and Ren Wei retreated and heaved a long sigh. He didn't think about it any further and stood before the window. He was in a dark void, and his primordial spirit descended into the void. It was originally pitch black, but now that he looked at it, it was different from the darkness. It was like dusk, and there was a glimmer of light. When he looked closely, he realized that the glimmer was coming from the void. The door was much bigger than before. As he neared, the door automatically opened. The door was filled with golden nails, and the walls were much taller. The space inside was much bigger as well. The floor is made of green stone. Pei Ziyun looked around, and saw that the battle had been repaired. There were statues everywhere, and a three-faced giant statue was in the middle of the void. It was the largest statue in the void. Qing Yuan Zi has been reduced to ashes. Looking at it, it was originally the largest statue, but now it was the second largest statue. It was struggling in pain, filled with unwillingness and despair. Time seemed to have frozen here. As for the largest statue, it had 3 faces, 3 eyes, and sharp teeth. It was different from the other statues. Although it was dim, it was made of brass. Its head was almost touching the ceiling of the void, and its hands were clenched into fists. It was filled with killing intent, as if it could turn into a killing machine at any time. Every once in a while, a cold light would flash, and a crack would appear on the brass statue. Large amounts of blood would spurt out, and the moment it reached the air, it became a thick demonic aura. So that's how it is. The statue of the demon emperor is too strong. I can't extract it normally, and can only injure it from time to time. Every time the brass statue was injured, it would twitch in pain. Its entire body was struggling, and even the space around it was shaking. However, its huge body was still tightly bound by invisible chains. The demonic aura that it spat out was slowly converted into spiritual energy. Among the spiritual energy there was a dim golden light. What is this? Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He saw that apart from a pavilion, there were no other structures. Now that the golden light had dispersed, a palace hall appeared. Although the palace hall wasn't huge, it was extremely majestic. Pillars were growing out of the palace hall, and every single pillar had a beast on it. The pillars were emitting a faint glow, and occasionally, a strong beam of light would shine through, illuminating the entire space. Is this the power of the demon emperor? What's the use of this? Pei Ziyun frowned. Feeling Pei Ziyun's aura, the statue opened its third eye and sighed. Pei Ziyun, your life is about to end. The demon emperor can change into many forms. Even if you die, you can still revive. But how long can you last? Pei Ziyun was taken aback when he heard the statue's words. He then laughed. What are you trying to say? Do you really think that King Lu can overturn the heavens? No, the one who will end your life is not King Lu. The statue's voice reverberated in the air. It was cold and majestic. Pei Ziyun wasn't moved by its words and laughed coldly. Firstly, you won't be able to see the heavens. How many times can you revive? Your flesh and blood, your spiritual energy, your power, all of these will become materials for me to grow stronger. Secondly, I know that it's not King Lu. If the demon emperor were to be exposed, it would be a huge problem. King Lu doesn't have the ability to do so. Is it the imperial court, or is it the will of the heavens? I've become an earth immortal and passed the tribulations. I've offended the imperial qi. Back then, even the Tao monarchs couldn't compare to me. If the imperial court doesn't kill me, they won't be able to sleep at night. It's not just the imperial court. Who knows, the imperial qi of the past generations is already discussing how to deal with this. As soon as these words were spoken, the bronze statue shut its third eye and stopped talking. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Or maybe there's more. Maybe there's a Tao monarch? Pei Ziyun threw his head back and laughed. The people of the world are foolish. They always think that it's only natural for people of the same race to protect each other. But they don't know that when it comes to power and authority, even a father and a son would kill each other, much less a fellow Taoist. There are internal and external factors. Killing the enemy first is a naive person. Killing oneself first is the golden rule. There's only one Tao monarch in this world. How can there be 2 or 3? You might want to ask me, how can I guess that? Actually, it's very simple. If it's a normal person, there are countless factors that can harm him or herself. They wouldn't be able to guess it. However, the higher one's status is, the lesser the number of enemies that can harm him or herself. My powers belong to myself. At my current level, the only ones who can harm me are the Imperial Court, the Dragon Veins, the Tao Monarchs, and the Demon Emperor. Since I don't know who they are, I might as well treat them all as my enemies. As long as I'm prepared, even if all 4 of them are my enemies, how much of a threat would I have? How can there be so many unknown variables in this world? It's just these few. As Pei Ziyun laughed out loud, the statue didn't move an inch. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.